sometimes students complain and we don't take their complaints serious because probably we don't have our children or family members. Because if we are confident that where we're putting these kids is the right place, we should be comfortable to answer immediately that our children can stay here. South Africa as a country gives us their children, 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds, to come to higher education. Many of them females. I'm sure even your statistics will tell us that the most students you have are females. So parents give us their 17-year-old females to come and stay with us. They are saying higher education as a sector. Please help me grow this child of mine. They are coming as children. But when they leave, they must live as adults, responsible enough, not angry, responsible, educated, and ready to help South Africa's economy grow by participating in the mainstream economy. That's what parents say to us. What happens in most, or in some instances, we put these kids in list, or we list accommodation and put students there. On accommodation, one, that you know does not have occupancy certificates. So you put other people's children in an environment where it can fall to. Two, we went to the first one. What is it? The wheel. Wave. We went to the first one. When we arrived there on our loans, on the ground floor it's shops. Right there and then there's OK Liquor. Right at the entrance of the place. Maybe you sign in that list, you had a different norms and standards about where do you put. So it means I can have student accommodation and have a tavern downstairs or a club downstairs. University of Western Cape did not see anything wrong there. And by the way, we also know, Vice Chancellor, the same as the reason why I said we must start there is because you know, we only got the occupancy certificate of that thing this month. No, last month, on the 21st of April. If I'm wrong, I'm going to allow you to prove me wrong. You know, the 21st of April. You've put you've put students in an environment that you knew very well that you had no business in doing. You signed the lease. The students there, the SG, was at pains trying to explain who signed the lease. This person lied in an official meeting, said it was signed by this one and this one. Who signed it in July? You know very well. Actually, you signed it when it was not complete. You gave them a lease when renovations were not done. An institution, like we want to work with you, we honestly do. But you sign a lease when renovations are not done. I mean, I don't even know how to put it. That same building, as I'm speaking to you members, The university did their own study for independent. It says the building is 71% non-compliant. They did not remove students. You are from there. 1,032 or 1,000 and now. How many students?
1,006 is in occupation.
What is the beds that you
Bed
have?
space is 1,035.
1,035. When they signed Honorable Loans, that place was originally supposed to have 715 occupants, ballooned to 1,000. We want to believe whatever explanation you're going to give us. But I'm raising these things to tell you that it will be very difficult for us to do so. If you don't tell us, let's be honest with one another so that we find solutions. But don't come in your responses and try and tell us stories. We're going to have a problem. Because those are not numbers to us. Those are people. If anything happens there, somebody will be held accountable. So, we're asking you, as we're about to engage with you, please be honest with us. Please. Having said that, I'm told, Vice Chancellor, people don't want to allow the Secretary General and the Treasurer General into our meeting. Please, somebody tell them this is our meeting. It is us who are only using your venue. But this is a meeting of Parliament. And this just goes to show how unaccountable we want to be. We want to censor people. We invite people to a meeting. You decide not to bring them in, you close them out there. They are probably in jail now, arrested there. No. Please, Vice Chancellor, I don't know who you are going to tell. I tell them to allow the student leaders. Do you have labor unions there? Or labor unions is there? I thought they've also closed you. So I don't want us to fight unnecessarily. So before I'm declaring this meeting a plenary of Parliament, benefits of being in Parliament will allow to you that anything and everything said here will not be used against you anywhere else, except in a criminal case in court for perjury. But any other thing will not, what you say will not be used against you outside here. Yeah. Except in a criminal case when our chief detective next to me opens the case. So, maybe before I allow us to introduce ourselves, let me do this. President, I was told that the SGLTG are not allowed to be in the meeting. Can you confirm if that is true?
Thanks, Chair. No, it was a previous, there was an incident or some sort of misunderstanding downstairs, but we managed to get out. They've been given observer status because there's other exceptions.
Okay, next time we must put the mic closer to Yes, the room is quite big and the volume is low. So, but you're saying it's sorted?
Yes, it's sorted.
Okay, no, thank you very much. So we're going to start with the introductions, colleagues. When we introduce ourselves, we become very clear who are you, institution, and designation. Like I would say now, my name is Bellville. I'm a member of Parliament, member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, and I'm the chairperson of this Portfolio Committee. So I'll start here with Honorable Mr. Zano, move this way, and then we'll end here with the Chief Detective.
Ngibonga sidalo ngibulisa endlini igama lami uMnqubo kaMsezane, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, a member of Parliament deployed by Umkhonto Party. I also have the responsibility of serving as the Deputy Chairperson of this Portfolio Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Heidi Bastian, Secretariat Support, UWC Secretariat Support.
Ms. Yumna Mukri, also Secretariat Support,
From one.
UWC.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nita Lawton Misra, and I'm the Registrar of the University.
Good afternoon, it's Manny Eagle, Executive Director of Finance and Operations, UWC.
Tabela, good afternoon. I am Matiti Majiba. I'm the DBC Student Development and Support, UWC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members and colleagues. I'm Sean Passa and I'm the advisor and Vice Chancellor.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members. I'm Rob McLaughlin, I'm the Vice Chancellor of UWC.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, colleagues. My name is Kodiswa Mpongoshe, and I'm the chairperson of the Council of the UWC.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Rabis Khalafala, Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic.
Good afternoon, chairperson and members. My name is Priscilla Baker. I'm the acting DVC Research and Innovation for the University of the Western Cape.
My name is Mkosisi Shede, Director General.
Good afternoon, Chair for the committee in Jamaica and India, the United States.
Good afternoon, Chair. UWC Executive, parliamentary members, my colleagues, and students. My name is Babos Usisiwe Mzalaza. I am a secretary of the union. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, committee members, students. My name is Aina Tagan. I'm the current chair of the Workers' Union.
Which union is that?
It's an easy branch chair, UWC EU.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, all. My name is Michelle Jacobs, and I'm the Deputy Chairperson of UWC Employees Union. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Accommodation, SRC Treasurer General.
Revolutionary greetings to everyone in the house. I hope everyone is well. My name is Kanye Santos. I am the SRC Secretary General of the University of the Western Cape 2024.
Good afternoon to the Portfolio Committee, Executive Management,
the Workers' Union, and also my own comrades. My name is Macintosh Kasende, the SRC President.
Good afternoon to the chairperson and the House at large. My name is Inati Kokela, the SRC Policy and Transformation Officer.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members, everyone. My name is Anele Kabingesi and I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you, from Parliament.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mampa Hobodiba, Content Advisor, Parliament.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lisa Aronson, the researcher for the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, Executive Secretary to Honorable HCA.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. I am Tando Kolo Botoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings, honorable members, everyone. My name is Trivari Mkondeleri. I'm the senior manager responsible for university support at NSFAS. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Director General of Higher Education and Training, the Republic, dear head colleagues, University Council, Management and Student Leadership. My name is Siamo Moleme. I am the Program Manager for the Zbusiso Bengu Development Program, and I also provide support on the infrastructure grants programs in the department. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlame. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, honorable members, colleagues. I am Funikoso Kenzo. I'm the Acting Chief Director, Institutional Governance and Management Support, DG.
Yeah, just take that mic closer to you and then introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members.
Turn the mic this way. Yeah, speak to the mic. What's difficult? Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable Chair, honorable members, DG colleagues. I am Fundiswaso Tenjwa. I'm the Acting Chief Director, Institutional Support and Governance, DHEAD.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, DG and colleagues. It's Donald Kubai, Deputy Director, Infrastructure Support, Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Tabidele Mgwani, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister.
Yeah, Honorable Lonzi is fighting with me here, as usual. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Oeke the First Souls, and I am a member of a full member of the Portfolio Committee for Higher Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Committee, leadership of UWC, staff and students. My name is Sihlelozi, a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. To the leadership of the UWC and to all other colleagues, all protocol observed. To those that I didn't specifically mention, my name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Ke leboha modulasetulo ko hlomphe wena le maloko a palamente ditho tsohle tse teng ke hlomphe baetapele ba lefapha la thuto e phahameng ke hlomphe baetapele ba University of the Western Cape ke hlomphe baetapele ba baithuti le baithuti bohle le batho bohle ba teng ka kwano ka kakaretso. My name is Karabo Lerato Khakau. I am a member of Parliament and a full member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If we can just
use the mics nearby, introduce ourselves.
My name is Jocelyn Bucas. I am here as a public observer from an organization, Empowerment Network Solutions. I'm the founding chairperson.
Good afternoon, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Gilmore Cordum and I am a parliamentary caucus support.
You are, come back. You are a parliamentary what?
Sorry, leadership, I'm parliamentary caucus support for the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you very much. Don't be afraid to say your part.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yelsine van Rooyen and I am part of the Parliamentary Caucus Support.
For Ashley Soul.
For the Patriotic Alliance.
Kom by Zayel. Kom by Zayel. Only by that side, can just the same way, just get, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Portfolio Committee and all the executive members of UWC, student leadership. My name is Hassan Tabada. I'm the spokesperson for the university and marketing, media and communications head. Chair, in the interest of time, my colleagues have asked me to introduce themselves.
No, that's not how we do it. No, just don't press the mic, leave the mic. No, leave it, let them come, one by one. You are speaking for the university, not for them. So.
Hi, I'm Shirley Christians. I'm a photographer in the media office at UWC.
Hi everyone, my name is Fogazi. I'm a writer from the media office.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessie Townsend and I'm a multimedia producer in the media office.
Good afternoon, Chair and everyone. I am Kadri Goliath, media office, digital marketing.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Nathan Adams and I'm a writer in the media office at UWC.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Now that we know who's here, and we've already done the opening, we've already done the site visit, even though Vice Chancellor, because of time, were unable to complete our site visit, but you are just here, you are next door to where we stay. We'll come and look at I know there's a good story, TG, of the laboratories that you would have wanted us to see. Unfortunately, because of time, that will be a bit of a problem. So I'm now going to go straight to, I'm going to give, let me do it this way. TG, I'm going to start with you. The Chair of Council will welcome us. After you. I want us to manage time. So I'm going to give you to lead the presentation. And we don't have the DDG of universities with us today. Okay, we only have the Chief Director of the department. Okay, so we'll note that part. So we'll give you DG to lead the presentation of the department. And once you are done, you bring it back. We'll give to the Chair of Council to do two things, Chair, to welcome us. Normally when we get into a meeting like this, we want to know if a fire alarm rings, where do we go? We've already seen that part. We've been here for too long. We've been here for the whole day. But we'll ask you to welcome us, and then after that you then lead the presentation of the university from a governance point of view. When you are done, we'll give to The Vice Chancellor, I don't know if it will present, but normally the chair gives to the Vice Chancellor, would decide whether you are doing the presentations or you are doing them, and then each unit does their, their own part. From there, we'll go to institutional forum. IF will then present, and then after IF, we'll go to, so DG, we don't want to leave here at 12. So you're opening, normally the team would agree that in this term, the second term, we allow institutions to give us presentations, and when we get into the meeting, we only allow the chair to lead it, and then we close because we have gone through the presentations. But we don't want to do that because I'm sure UWC wants to say certain things that we want to look at. But let's not repeat their presentation, TG. Because in most instances, when we lead their presentation, we take 15, 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, saying things that they will say in the presentation. And that's not the smart way of dealing with it. So I'm going to give you, DG, 5 minutes to do the leading of the presentation. And I'll give the chair the same period. Then the university, I'll give them probably 40 minutes to deal with the content. Because I told them some of their slides speak about the vision, mission. Let's leave those ones. Let's go to the meat of the presentation. And then we'll give IF, we'll give students and workers, and then members will then engage. So let's try and manage time that way. It's 2 o'clock. We don't mind DG leaving here at 12. But I think there are people here who have families and they've got other responsibilities. They must go and cook, touch children in bed. We don't want to leave here late. So your 5 minutes, DGs, it's 3 minutes to 2. I'll give you till 2:05. I'm giving you the 3 minutes and your 5 minutes. Thank you very much, DG. Take us through.
Thank you very much, our Chair of the Portfolio Committee, esteemed members of the Portfolio Committee, the Vice Chancellor, Council members present, and the executive leadership of the university, senior executives of the department present here with me. An apology of the DDG who's on official duty abroad and delegated the relevant chief director to be here, who's supported by the team that does infrastructure in anticipation of some of the issues that already have been uncovered in the earlier visit, of which we appreciate, Chair, because it provides context and therefore no need for me to elaborate on it, because this is a particular university that was established at a particular time in the history of our country, that made this institution a foundational stone for all the good things that have happened in our country. Many leaders of our country have graduated from this institution, and they've gone out to represent the values of our constitution and the values of a country we dream of. And therefore, we may be critical of some things that we are unhappy with, but we will not forget that we are talking about the University of Western Cape. I do need to go in my next 4 minutes. I do need to say that we had a report, the Ministerial Committee report for the review of funding of universities. Because I also do wish that this university is seen in the light of how we as a department classify it. This report classified 8 universities in the country as historically disadvantaged institutions. And the University of Western Cape is one of those 8 universities. And so, notwithstanding fantastic infrastructure that over time has been, developed. We saw today a lot of work that still needs to be done. But we've not forgotten that we come from a country that would define the quality of your infrastructure based on your racial, definition. And therefore, over time, that infrastructure will start frustrating everyone. And then we will start, recognizing that there's much more bigger problems we are confronted with. And I hope that when presentation is made, such issues will be lifted so that we are able to see what actually are the fundamental issues that we are dealing with. My last 2 minutes, Chair, I wish to say that overall, this university, in terms of its financial health, is I would consider it a stable university, despite ongoing pressures relating to student debt, liquidity constraints, and council-controlled reserves, which are some of the issues which needs to be lifted on another day. I don't believe we can engage on those, but they are important because they foreground the story of the university. The university has generated an income of close to 3.5 billion in 2024, supported by diversified income streams. Obviously, if I look at all universities in the Western Cape and compare this to the rest in terms of their financial position, it is clear that this university and its story is stuck in the history where we come from, and therefore a need. And one of the team from the department, when they were introducing themselves, indicated that they are responsible for the Sbusiso Bengu program. Chair, this program, the Sbusiso Bengu program, is designed by the department to plug in the gaps between the 8 institutions that I've mentioned and the rest of other institutions. Obviously, not enough resources in there, but it goes to show why we have such a project and why we need to put more money, into that project so that we can assist our institutions to grow, in the areas of need. Despite the challenges that we have reported in our report and which are going to emanate from the presentation, it is important to indicate that when I look at the institutional forum of this university, it already has met 8 times, this year, which is one indicator of an IF that is active on issues of transformation, employment equity, governance, and student experience. But we know that a number of meetings do not necessarily deliver the solutions that we need, but it's some indicator that is important. The South African universities have experienced severe and skewed development over time. Some were nurtured to become world-class across a wide range of disciplines, while others were supported to address a much narrower, educationally unambitious, and socially, politically nefarious imperative. Therefore, the post-apartheid South Africa has spent much effort trying to, rectify these historical inequalities, and it's work in progress. I heard the students this morning, raising the issue of this progress that sometimes don't get specified, and I trust that in our reports we are to be specific, so that everyone is brought on board, to understand where we are. Should we be there? What else can we do? And that's how I conclude, Chair. The specific challenge, of our university, that have this particular background, is well reported, particularly in the area of infrastructure and facilities. that are often not competitive, even within the national context. And that's what we saw in the accommodation for students. And I had enjoyed lunch and warm cup of tea. But I know that the students I left outside can hardly hope for a warm meal today. And that should make all of us feel that we need to work together and de-emphasize the differences between us, but instead pull together our resources and work with the institution to try and find solutions for the better life for all. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Director General. Indeed, we have to work together for a better life for all in the institution. A better life for all. Chairperson of Council.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by welcoming you, Chair Ledzie, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Director General of the Department of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Sishi, and your team, colleagues from NSFAS, the executive management of UWC, our student leadership, our union leadership, the parliamentary support colleagues who are here with us today, the secretariat of UWC, including the registrar, and Mr. Ngubane in his absence. Mr. Ngubane is the deputy chair of council. He unfortunately had to leave early, so we acknowledge that he was here earlier on today. Chair, it is, the greatest honor, and with the sincerest humility, that I welcome you today to this engagement. I consider it to be particularly important given the issues that the university is currently confronted with. Amongst others, as you would have seen today, the student issues that have been raised. There are also issues on the employee side of things, and these are issues that we have been engaging management on as council, and management has been engaging the relevant stakeholders who are impacted by all of these issues. Now, Chair, what I would like to flag or to surface for purposes of the discussions here today, and it is based primarily on the events of today thus far, as well as just side conversations that I've had with some members of the Portfolio Committee. One of the issues that comes to the fore for me is that, in fact, our goals are aligned. We all want the same thing for this university. The question is, are we aligned on the how we get there? And I see the purpose of this meeting as being to get us to a point where we find alignment on the how aspect of it. In addition to that, Chair, I just wanted to touch on very briefly on the history, as Dr. Sishi has already alluded to, of the university. You will be aware that the university started its life in the 1960s, 1959 to be exact. So it's been in existence for at least 5 decades. And it seems like the trajectory that the university has taken has gone in cycles over those 5 decades. The first decade was informed largely by why the institution was established in the first place. And it really was part of a project to support apartheid back in those days. And then in the 1970s, the profile of the university changed, slightly influenced by Black consciousness in part. And then the 1980s was a period that I can relate to very much because I was a student here during that period. It was a period basically that I consider to have been one of the best times of my life. I was young, I was eager to learn, I was eager to make a difference, etc. And this particular university gave me the tools to do that. Because the ethos of the university at that time was that we are here as a community with resources that the communities that we come from or that we serve as a university do not have the resources that as a university we have. And so what is our role in order to support those communities? And our role was to ensure that there is justice. So the ethos of this university has always been, the base of it has always been justice for all. And that ethos informs the things that we do today, how we approach the decisions that we make. So I'm a product of that era of this university. The 90s saw an inflection point in that the political landscape was changing. And with change comes difficulties, comes challenges. And the university was not spared those difficulties during that period. And so there was a bit of a damping of the spirit, if I were to put it in that way. And the university wasn't doing as well as it had done in the past. But because we had that ethos and there was commitment to that way of looking at the world, I think the decision makers at the time then made it their business to ensure that, in fact, at that inflection point, we either went this way or the other way. And they chose the right path to go back to why this university exists and to remind ourselves and those who are part of this university that, in fact, we are here to serve. So that culture of service is a culture that, as an alumni of this university, I carry with me. And my wish for the students of this university is that when they leave this university, they are as proud of this university as I am, and that, in fact, they are of service to the communities that they come from, to the country, to the continent. And for that matter, they make inroads globally as well and carry the flag for UWC. That is why we are here. There are several issues, Chair, without taking too much time, that seize our time and attention as council, which were spoken of today. One is student life, student experience. And student experience consists in several aspects. One of those, for me, and this is top of mind to me, student safety, health and wellness of students, particularly on the wellness part. And then there is I've spoken already about safety, and maintenance of the accommodation. So hygiene, just the safe, because safety also has to do with the maintenance of the infrastructure, etc., etc. So those things are always on the agenda of council because they are that important. In my conversation with one of the members, the question was, you are confronted with these issues and you discuss them, but is that translated to the students' reality on the ground? And based on the experiences today and what you saw, what we all saw today, there is obviously a gap in terms of our aspirations and what students actually experience. And that is the conversation today. Now, where we want to get to is a point where we align on, with your help, once you've heard the perspectives, because you've heard the perspective of the students, you will hear what management has been doing, and then you will assist us. That is my wish, that you will assist us to get to a point where we come out of here with some semblance of solutions that we are aligned on. And I do want to encourage the team. The line of march from Chair and other members of the Portfolio Committee has been that we must be transparent. We must say it as it is and not try and be defensive. And I would urge that we do exactly that. Please, I would really like for us to come out of here feeling like we have achieved something for the day as a result of the visit of the Portfolio Committee. With that, Chair, I thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. This camera of yours can't go to people who are speaking. It does not get there to the people who are speaking. The camera can't show the speakers. It can't. Okay, it's a bit of a problem. But can you fly to the presentation on the Zoom? Okay. Chair, I'm going to give you, please fly the presentation. We are streaming the meeting, and it will be nice to try and get the speakers also on when we are speaking. But yeah, we'll see how we will manage it. VC, it's 20 past 2, 40 minutes and at 3.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and again a very warm welcome to everybody to UWC this afternoon. Chair, I have advised members of the team to cut their inputs short so that we respect the time constraints you put in place. But just to say and to echo our Chairperson of Council's perspective, how very glad we are to have you here. It's an auspicious occasion for the university. We really appreciate the commitment to an honest and open exchange. We have committed publicly in my inaugural chair to transparency and accountability, and we will not be defensive in our responses about really painful questions that have been raised in the course also of the morning. I want to move into the presentation, which I've got on the slide deck. Just need to make sure this works. Can we get the slide to move? Our chairperson has covered the history of the institution, and the 1960s onwards have been described to you in full, so I'm going to move very briefly, Chair, to the vision of the institution. Since my inauguration in 2025, we seek to position this university as a leading research institution, Chair, which sounds like a very ambitious area for us, but we are recognized as the leading HDI in terms of research generation and knowledge generation at the university. We are recognized by the NRF as being one of the highest holders of Saatchi chairs, research chairs in the country. So we put many decades of hard work into putting the research of the institution up front. In our strategic plan, Chair, you would note that people and culture feature as first, and that's because we recognize with you that we are dealing with people here. We are not dealing with only books and knowledge. We are also dealing with people who have to live decently and thrive. The academic project needs to research our commitment to become a leading institution, and we recognize, Chair, that the strategic alignment of our resource base to the institution's future direction needs much work and attention. That is goal area 4. There are 3 key initiatives that we want to take forward, and that's in the reappraisal of the importance of activism. Our students, as you would have seen today, are active on campus. We are also considered to be activists in the area of research generation and knowledge. We see ourselves as a public good university, Chair. We are a partner to the public good, and we are a partner in the common good. There are these strategic initiatives, but these are part of the slide deck, so I'm not going to dwell on this here, but this is where the institution is moving in the next while. And those include a commitment to advanced studies, a commitment to refocus our attention on youth and the future of youth in our country. And in doing so, we've got to really work more carefully with the resources we have. I think this morning you would have seen how the resources impact on the quality of life and student experience at the university. This is, as our chair of council has mentioned, an uneven experience across the campus and very much dependent on the state of the buildings, the age of the infrastructure, and UWC is a multi-campus institution. We have the main campus where you are today, but we also have a dentistry campus. We have community and health sciences in Bellville CBD. We have a site also in Woodstock in Cape Town, and we have a digital innovation hub testifying to that groundbreaking work. We do this through the 7 faculties that we have. These are as described on the slides. And I want to upfront the key challenges that we are grappling with as institutions, so that when we engage with you on questions for today, we are also clear as university leadership that we have challenges in relation to backlog maintenance and our decaying plants. We have challenges with student beds. The quality of accommodation, as you would have seen today, is a challenge. We see it. We have been busy with this. Funding accommodation, and particularly unfunded students in accommodation, is a financial challenge for the institution. We do have challenges, Chair, and members, honourable members of the committee, with contracting and leasing arrangements. This is a community where these are embedded in vested interests of one kind or another, and there are challenges in managing that in a proactive way and sufficiently transparent. Challenges around safety and security, we will also touch on incidences of GBV, and I think it also needs to be present for the Chair and members of the committee that UWC does have a very low fee base. Our fees nationally are among the lowest 5 in the country. It makes managing the resource alignment between our aspirations and where we are as an institution very challenging. And one of the keys we have seen to managing this better is through also better involvement planning and management as an institution. In the last few years, we've struggled with this. I want to hand over to the registrar for a brief few minutes on the governance arrangements of the institution, and then we will move through the respective portfolio holders in terms of the management. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Rector. I just have a couple of slides on governance, if you can all hear me. So in terms of our governance framework, you'll find that the system is very closely aligned to the Higher Education Act, the statute, and with a very clear separation and coordination between governance, academic oversight, administration, and stakeholder participation. So we are very, very committed to ensuring that all our practices are in terms of the Higher Education Act and our institutional statute, which is actually very closely aligned to the Act. At a glance, this is our governance and committee structure at the university, where you have on the in the middle you've got the University Council, below that you've got Senate, on the right, on our right we have all of the committees of council, on the left Convocation, and then we have all of the committees of Senate and the joint committees. So in terms of governance, this is the structure and this is how we manage the affairs of the institution, where these committees are very closely monitored by council, with council members serving on most of them, and all of the reports from these committees then serve before council for approval. We've outlined here the various governance focus areas. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm taking these slides as read. The document was shared with you, but we've outlined our governance focus areas. And in terms of how we monitor this through the various governance mechanisms internally and then externally, how these are reviewed and what the oversight is, especially from council and other structures. In terms of the institutional statute, we have in 2025 taken the year to go through various consultations with all of our stakeholder groups within the institution, and we submitted the final amendments to the statute at the end of the year to council, which then approved the amendments. The amended statute has been submitted to the Department of Higher Education and Training. We did get some feedback from the legal team, which we responded to, and it has now gone back for approval and promulgation. Once the new statute is promulgated and gazetted, we will then ensure that all the requisite terms of reference, what we call standing orders of various committees, our delegations of authority document, other policies and guidelines are amended to be aligned to the new statute. Once the statute has been promulgated, we are also then going to ensure that all King 5 governance principles that are relevant to education will also be instituted to the rules to ensure proper alignment. At the moment, we have one vacancy on our council. As the Act suggests, we should have a maximum of 30 members, up to 30 members. We currently have 28 members with one vacancy, and that vacancy is in terms of the ministerial appointment category. The department had submitted a nomination to us. However, this was referred back when council discovered some irregularities with the particular individual that was submitted to us allegedly, and that has been referred back to the minister for comment and possibly an alternative nomination. So we are just awaiting that one vacancy to be filled by the minister's office. And that's the end of governance. I'll hand over to Prof. Halakhala, who will take you through the learning and teaching slides.
Thank you, Registrar, and good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, Chair. Quality assurance framework for higher education makes provision for two important standards, and one being the higher education practice standard, and of course the qualification standard. Our learning and teaching environment is pretty much shaped by those standards. And what you see on the screen covers pretty much what we do at the university in terms of our learning and teaching environment. So basically, we are looking closely at our top priority, which is student success. And if you look at the bottom of the slides, students transition into our system, and we make provision for support, especially at first year level, and they transition to our system, and we provide support again, but at an advanced level. And as they transition out of our system, again, there is an element of making sure that through our WIM, which is Work Integrated Learning, there is a possibility to continue to support them and see them through in terms of experiential learning. If we move on to the next slide, in terms of the qualifications, our focus here is on our program qualification mix, which is an issue. The review of our PQM is also a strategic instrument for institutional development. In fact, it enables us to deliver on programs which are relevant to our labor market. But more importantly, the PQM is a requirement for the University of Holistic Improvement Plan following the institutional audit that we received in 2023. So the institution is hard at work trying to deal with the misalignment, as you might have noticed on the screen. We have roughly 470 programs. Some are dormant, but we are dealing with all of these issues going forward. Now, in terms of our enrollment profile, almost 40% of our students come from Quinton 1 to 3 schools, and that percentage continues to grow. And obviously, we also continue to serve a large number of population groups who are NSFAS funded, and the record reveals that 62.2% in the 2026 academic year is highlighted on the screen. Our student lecture ratio, as you can see, is 22 to 1, and of course, the share of African female enrollment has increased by maybe percentage going forward. Overall, this confirms UWC's continuing role as an accessible institution with a strong equity mandate. In terms of our throughput rates, our undergraduate minimum plus 2-year throughput rate is sitting at 63%, as you can see, for the mature 2018 to 2021 cohort, and the postgraduate below master's, that is our bonus. The performance is quite strong, sitting at 82.9%, and our challenge remains in research degrees and efficiency. And this is a situation that we're dealing with as an institution. In terms of our dropout rates, one takeaway here, and two takeaways, is that our dropout average for 2018 to 2022 showed the highest attrition in master's programs, sitting at 35.2%, followed by the undergraduate program at 31.3%, and doctoral program at 26.4%, and postgraduate program below master's 17.8%. Now, this pattern also confirms that student success must be well managed. In terms of the time to degree and qualification efficiency, the undergraduate average time to degree is stable, sitting at 4.1 years from 2022 to 2024, and we have witnessed a slight improvement, as you can see from the screen, to 4.0 years in 2025. Now, the South African Survey of Student Engagement is another important instrument that measures how much time and effort students put in educational activities, and of course how institutions facilitate the learning and teaching environment for the benefit of student success. Now, if you take a closer look at the numbers, the slide highlights three important areas, which is supportive environment. We are looking at also peer learning support, academic advising, and of course with all of these areas, UWC seems to be shaping up well above the benchmark of SASEC. And of course, the long and short feedback here is that with these selected support and engagement activities, the institution is doing very well. I'm not going to focus on this slide because they are giving the detail of what I've just explained. And I move to the causes of dropout rates, of course, the measures to address them, and we were asked to highlight those. I must also point out the literature does confirm that the causes or the factors that are contributing to dropout include, but they may not be limited to, underpreparedness of our students, issues around mental health. Some of these factors are personal. We also look at institutional integration, which is another challenge. But of course, economic and social factors are highly vested by literature. So, what measures are we taking forward as an institution to address this? We have the UWC pathway for supporting high priority modules, for example. And this approach is divided into 5 phases, and we are looking at these one by one. For example, at phase 1, we're more concerned about diagnosis. We want to establish as to what kind of support or what level of support could we deploy in order to see to that students are supported. For example, a survey that we have administered, we looked at experience versus the expectation of students, and that gave us an indication of how we could support the students. And we move on to phase 2, we look at early warning systems. And for example, the student success thermometer is one of our examples that we're looking at that assistance to determine the level of support that's required. Phase 3, which I think is a well-coordinated pathway, it deals with students directly, psychosocial support, staff, and also the curriculum, where we begin to look at reviews and we see to that there is alignment going forward. And more importantly, with phase 4, we continue to do continuous feedback, tracking systems are there, and of course, we look this against pass rates and retention. And lastly, phase 5, module improvement is noticeable, and of course, we look at issues of repeat rates which are not an issue anymore. Chair, I would have to stop at some point because I'm mindful of time, but I would also want to highlight that our graduation ratio to traditional universities is highly appreciated because UWC compares very well in our sector if you look at it from against other institutions, traditional institutions. Sons of John, and look at the partnerships that we have, which is another important measure for us. All the faculties within our university have partnerships with industry, starting with Faculty of Arts and Humanities up until the end. And these partnerships are very critical, especially as we look closely at well-integrated learning. But more importantly, we tend to be beneficiaries of this arrangement because for transformation from the point of view of curriculum, we are able to look closely at what industry is looking at in terms of employability and what is that we can provide. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop at that.
See, is the presentation complete?
Well, I've covered all the basics.
Yeah, so DVC, the Vice Chancellor obviously leads your presentation. So if the Vice Chancellor confirms that the presentation of management is complete, we'll then move to another stakeholder. That's what I'm trying to confirm from the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair. You're not yet with the presentation.
Who's next, please?
Very quickly, colleagues, just on registration and enrollment, there's literally 2 slides. If you look at the numbers, which speaks very directly to us having quite a low fee base, we received something like 204,000 applications at the end of last year, of which 183,233 were for first-time entry undergrad students. And this is for a space of just 4,700 students. So you can see that competition is great and there is a great demand for access to higher education. We did make about 15,500 offers. Of those, 8,173 were accepted. And we have actually, for this year, exceeded our enrollment targets, but we are still within the range that is found acceptable by DHET. Our graduation certificates, this was a question that was posed to us by the PPC. We had for the period 2005 to 2026, so we're looking at 21 years, a cumulative debt of 87.6 million rand, where 2,292 certificates have not been issued. So students who do have outstanding debt are allowed to symbolically attend graduations, having signed an acknowledgement of debt agreement. However, they are provided with a letter of completion, which they can provide to employers or third parties or other institutions. And where employers want to have access to their transcript or certificate, we liaise directly with prospective employers and or other higher education institutions where students want to continue with higher studies. So thus far we have found that when the transcripts are withheld, that there is a positive impact on the settlement of fees, and this is one way of trying to determine how we can actually get outstanding fees paid. We then move on to research and innovation, and I'm handing over to Professor Priscilla Baker. Thank you.
Very much, colleagues. It is a pleasure to share with you some of the success and highlights of the university under the Research and Innovation portfolio. And again, I'll pass on the strategic goals and take that as read. If we can go forward. There we go. What I tried to do for us today is to give us an appreciation of the impact of the SARCHI research chairs, not just the numbers. I think it's very well known that UWC has the highest number, and even the totals as I included them at the time of submitting the documents have changed. We are now on a total of 33 South African research chairs, and most of these are funded by the NRF. But I think it's also worth noting that we have some exceptional chairs, like our South African UK bilateral chair in digital humanities, our partnership with the Lund Institute for Religion and Social Justice, and in particular in the arts, the Charlotte Mateke and Mary Robertson Research Chair, where experts are rotated between our institutions to take up positions here at home or abroad in Dublin to strengthen those areas of research. The decadal plan aligned chairs, of course, recently has given us a boost. But that boost didn't come out of nowhere. It is, in fact, the hard work of our outgoing DVC research Professor Franz, who is now with Symphony, who has made an effort to establish internal chairs, support them with infrastructure, support them with student training, capacity building workshops, and a number of other things that has then led to those chairs being competitive at the national level to bring our SARCHI chairs total to a wow factor of 33, I would like to say. In addition to our SARCHI chairs, our university has also been able to attract prestigious chairs. That doesn't necessarily bring monetary value to the university as the SARCHI chairs does, but it brings prestige, and it allows us to leverage international funding because of the connections that have been established. I thought that was well worth noting, not just for UWC, but also because we want to see how this can be done for other universities, how other universities can grow their numbers of research chairs. So the impact of our research chairs, and perhaps I'll just go back to that slide so that you can see what I'm talking about, has shown us that even financially the investment of the chairs has not only translated to individuals growing, but also to student capacity building. Much as the NRF has taken away the bursaries associated with SARCHI chairs, the SARCHI chairs have been able to leverage successfully bursaries to support our master's and postgraduate students, and in particular draw and attract high quality postdoctoral candidates. Together with the investment in the SARCHI chairs, our top researchers have also performed in various fields across science, arts, humanities, economics and management sciences, etc., to bring home to UWC some notable awards, especially from our National Sciences and Technology Forum, which is known as the Oscars in the science world. We've had Professor Timothy Dubé, we've had Professor Emmanuel Ibua, we've had Professor Fanelman Tepeajai, and particularly I'd like to mention Amtawe Ngefundo, because that is a grant that's very close to my heart. She started as a student in our lab, competed internationally at the postdoc level, won an award that has established her career. Today, she is our Deputy Dean of Research in the Faculty of Science, and her passion for capacity building was seen in this particular establishment of the NGO, Amtawe Ngefundo, for STEM education and support in the townships. And today, in 2024, I speak present time, this is the award that you could bring home. But it didn't come out of nowhere. It's the building of capacity and excellence that we're celebrating that. Then UWC is also part of a number of consortium grants. The consortium grants are important for us because they position us internationally. They provide opportunities for our students to travel, to bring expertise into their programs that we may not have because we are a historically disadvantaged university. In particular, I'm thinking of engineering expertise, I'm thinking of medical expertise, and the like. What is also not shown perhaps in the slides, but I'm just going to briefly mention it, is of course our, I don't want to go to finances, I want to mention some of our high-end equipment that through the efforts of the chairs working together and the support of the university we've been able to bring to UWC. So really the story of research and research development at UWC is one of our happy stories. And I think let me draw the line there in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Mali Legal, Finances and Operations. Some exciting things that's happening at UWC, in that we are focusing a lot on our ESGs. One of them being that we are looking at the sustainable energy security and the sustainable water security. We've implemented a water purification plant. And the next phase is about looking at how we can conserve water use and supply water with the proper pressure at the off-site residences, which includes Unibel. When it comes to energy security, we did go through a public tender process to appoint a developer that will implement solar paneling, so it will be very interesting to see how that plays itself out over the next few years and the type of savings that we can implement because of the change in energy supply. I will cover financial sustainability in the next few slides, but I think it's just important that we are looking at how we can have smart buildings implemented, and that's what we would call as agile infrastructure. On the whole, from a finance perspective, we didn't do too well in 2025. We have been haunted by the state subsidy that remained the same for 2 years. And we were up against many elements, many challenges, one of them being inflation, the other being that our fees, that's amongst the lowest in the country. And we are struggling also, of course, with the debt collection area. So I think it's important for us to just think about the impact of UWC, who does not financially exclude students. We go through a process of signing up students, through a process of an acknowledgement of debt, but it does impact on our expected credit loss, or as we call it, provision for doubtful debts, and that as a consequence has a huge impact on our finances, because there is this, what we would call the so-called missing middle, of which we are still grappling with and how to deal with them. But essentially, Chair, we have generated a deficit as a consequence of mainly 3 areas, which is the say student transport, and the utilities, because utilities increase in excess of inflation, and safety and security. This slide is just about residences, and we went to visit them, but again, it's running at a deficit. The irony of this is that there are many residences that's being charged at very low costs, way below NISFAX. Our council has been grappling with ways and means of how we can accelerate this. We understand that we have a huge missing middle component on our campus, and it's very difficult to balance our finances with regards to the low student accommodation rates that we charge. Here are some an overview of the balance sheet. It's just some indicators. But there is a deterioration in the finances, and I've given some of the reasons for that. But on the whole, we remain stable, but we do see that we're into a downward trajectory, and management is seeking ways that we start building up again. This is just a comparison of tuition fees, where we took a sample of the Western Cape universities, and University in the Free State, and Solplaki, and University of Fort Hare, and we just compared a few programs to illustrate where we land in between those universities with regards to fees for per program, and if we just arbitrarily calculate an average amongst the sample, UWC would have lost 101 million rand just because of the low fees. I spoke about the student finances, so I'm not going to go too much in this, but it's just to show that we have a gross student debt book of 1.9 billion. Of that, a large component is 2024 and 2024 and the years prior, and in 2026 is being collected through and mainly from the NISFAX cohort, but we do have a huge missing middle cohort of students where we are grappling with how to collect from them. Just on the far right is to say that this year, thus far, our collections were not too bad. It is much better than prior years. And on the far right column, we are in the third month reporting, and we are over a quarter on collections. So there are some good news nonetheless. On infrastructure, our whole morning was spent on infrastructure. But this is just to give you a sense of the magnitude. Most of these are being funded through the infrastructure and efficiency grant. You will see that the Unibel 123 that we just went to go and visit, that's right at the bottom, at 675 million. But this gives you a sense of all the completed projects, and then there's a number of projects that is in motion. Very important to us is the law precinct, where we have to bring the law precinct up to standard, and the old Senate building, which is the building that you drive past as you enter, that's very, very old, and it goes back to the beginning of the UWC's history. But those are the costs involved. The infrastructure efficiency grant doesn't always cover all of this, and UWC is then requested to find financing to augment the shortfall. This slide, and you may not be able to see the numbers, but it's just on student accommodation. There's a 374 million that's in the pipeline. A lot of this is through a build, operate, transfer model, and there's also investment in expanding on the Unibel precinct, because it's important that we build a huge cohort of student engagement in that area, and that we somewhat also control that village. And then the rest of these are all about investing in the plant, which includes some refurbishment of the academic precinct. Safety and security, we've done quite a bit in safety and security. Our students work very closely with us. Some of these are also student initiatives, particularly when we have those crime awareness campaigns with SAPS. Those come from the students. They we engage very closely with SAPS, even at Unibel. we've had to implement roaming security, and we had this crime combating forums in the Bellville area. And all of this really went a long way to decrease the level of crime at the Unibel area. But for where we do have issues is that crime happens anywhere outside of the UWC fence, and our students report that crime, and it's not our roaming security cannot be everywhere, and so that is the difficulty that we're experiencing with regards to safety and security for our students. We do have safe walks where we have implemented SOS type of technology where they can make contact with our control room, and also the Chase mobile app. So it doesn't matter where you are, a student just downloads the app and then makes use of the app if ever there is a time of distress or threat, and our tactical team will respond to that. We did win the UWC Camprosa Award for the best technology implementation associated with that. We did speak about third stream income, and these are some examples, and other examples are about short courses and also consulting fees and fees. There were questions about IT, and we thought we'll just share with you that there is a huge IT governance framework, and this is embedded within the council and its subcommittees. There is the digital transformation roadmap, and everything nowadays is becoming artificial intelligence, where we have to integrate it into our daily lives, and we have a plan associated with artificial intelligence. And I'll hand over to Professor Madiba to commence with the presentation.
Tabella, good afternoon once more. I will give you an overview of the infrastructure around residences, and we consider accommodation a primary pillar of student success. For 2026, we increased the capacity through leases and conduit significantly, and it came with its blessings and burdens. And at this stage, we have those numbers, as you see, across university list, conduit agreements, which are smaller number of beds owned privately. We also have COVAX, which is a private-public partnership on campus with those 1,000+ beds, and then we have private leases. And you can see the total bed capacity that we have at the stage provides just over 63% for our student enrollment. As we celebrate these numbers, we are quite conscious that the sustainability of our infrastructure is a challenge and it needs serious attention, but we are also aware that for the postgraduate cohort of our students, we need to provide accommodation differently from, of course, from the undergrads. These are our buildings, 10, if my counting is right. And this slide shows the age, the capacity, as well as the pricing. So these are university-owned residences. For all the leased accommodation, we stick to NSFAS rates. It is only COVAX in the previous slide that I showed that charges above the NSFAS rates. Just a few challenges to share. We have to find ways of optimizing our infrastructure. We have to execute refurbishments. We have to streamline our leasing practices, especially with the increase that we have now. The management of our leasing is becoming a very significant challenge that needs attention. How we accredit, especially the smaller private residences, which are many, between 5,000 and 6,000, it is also a big challenge that we have. With these off-campus leases that we have, A new challenge that we have to manage in a smart way has to do with the coordination of student transport from those places to campus and back. And as we place our students with private providers, we still have to make sure that their safety and wellness is well secured. And this is about negotiating responsibilities and resources with our partners. And we also experience a lot of financial constraints. And at this stage, we are also looking at saturation. We are at 63% almost in terms of the bed space. We are carefully looking at where we should be going in terms of increasing. And we are exploring a strategy around densification, which basically means as we choose a building, a residence building to refurbish, we want to see if we can densify it and not just only improve it or refurbish it. And we also have a challenge around postgraduate accommodation, as I have mentioned. Refurbishment and maintenance is high on our agenda, and I am one of those who's convinced that maintenance is a strategic operation. It's not just operations for those staff. It's a strategic operation, and it needs that level of attention. And I am now relieved that these operations are going to be reported regularly even at council as we look at how we keep the pace of maintenance and attend to the issues that are associated with maintenance, with understanding that besides long-standing issues, maintenance is a moving target. It has to happen continuously. You cannot say, I am done. And over these past years, we've tried to establish a committee that did not serve us to clear our challenges with maintenance. We've tried to put a plan of refurbishing one building once a year. We are talking in interdependencies, but we are quite conscious that we need to find the structural arrangement around maintenance and make those arrangements better than what we have currently. Our residences are not just for beds. It is a place of living for our students and learning, and there are many other activities that are taking place to allow and to enhance student success. We also, through our Center for Student Support, we offer many other wraparound services to enhance the student success of our students in and out our residences. We also provide infrastructure and support for our students with disability. We have student governance in place, and we also, as Mr. Regal has mentioned, we have challenges around safety, especially outside our residences, but there are partnerships that we are exploring and we've put in place. We do have cases of GBV and femicide that are reported, and they are given attention through our disciplinary processes, and we do have stats about those that have come through our processes and the final outcomes. We also have a hidden crisis around hunger, and we are working with partners to make sure that we have perishable and non-perishable foodstuffs for our students.
Well, thank you very much. We did say that Vice Chancellor would go down till 3. It's now 5 minutes past 3. So we have a presentation with going to the institutional forum to do their presentation. Where is IF?
I'll be presenting both IF as well as the HR.
Are you going to present the presentation of IF?
Yes, Chair, I'll do the presentation. Let me first start with the HR.
You are not listening to us.
Sorry, Chair.
Are you not listening to us?
I am.
What are we saying?
You said you're asking me whether I'm going to present the IF, and I'm saying yes.
No, I said is IF here to present the IF presentation.
I'm a member of IF, Chair.
Are you going to present the presentation of IF?
Saying I'm going to present the presentation of IF. Chairperson is working.
Give us the presentation of IF.
Now. That's what you are saying. Okay. Please register so that I can do it. Vice Chancellor, we did say that before that it's 3:05. I've given you 5 minutes. The time actually expired before the DBC, but I then allowed her to continue. I have got 10 minutes. 10 minutes institutional forum. Go ahead. Thank you so much. Let me proceed. My name is Michael Makita. I'm the Executive Director for Human Resources. I'm also a member of IF. The chairperson of IF is not here today. He's not well. So I've been asked to present on behalf of IF. So I'm going to proceed, Chair. I don't see it invited to the meeting. I'll ask my colleagues to assist me.
Send it to me, please, register.
Register your computers or sabotage. I can continue without in the meantime. Yeah, let me continue. I'm not going to be talking about the role of IF. I'm assuming that everyone understands the role of IF, but it focuses on the legislative management and mandate, appointment review, and institutional culture. It also focuses on transformation and equity. And I want to give an update in relation to implementing specifically in terms of progress that has been made so far, that 98% of the E goal has been achieved, and which has surpassed whatever that we have set out to achieve in the 2025 implementation plan. So that demonstrated kind of a steady progress, and which has been monitored, and the advice that we've been getting from IF. And it focuses on issues like addressing African females in particular, because that is an area where we are not doing quite well. And it also looked in terms of enhancing the Black African representation at the dinner level. Currently, the profile of our senior management reflects that we have 2 white males and 2 Indian males, 1 colored female, 1 Indian female, and 1 national foreign national, who is also an Indian female. So there is a challenge in terms of African representation, as you might have heard from me. So there is a shift that perhaps we want to progress in relation to focusing mainly on compliance, to be intentional when it comes to diversity management. And there are programs that we are focusing on, like targeted appointments and looking specifically at ensuring that there is a training for senior academics. We are also grateful for the support that we have received from government in relation to the program for endgame, that we have 24 participants across diverse categories within the 10 already been absorbed. We also are grateful that we have structured pathways for high potential master's scholars. There are different programs that have been institutionalized, shared, and such as developing 31 staff members, mainly to complete PhDs. We have also introduced an internship program, of course, benefiting from the presidential youth stimulus program, and whereby there have been about 242 unemployed graduates who have benefited from this program. We also are looking closely to the annual programs of every faculty and every division to ensure that there is a plan in order to ensure the movement and the succession plan for staff members. In relation to instructional capacity, UWC maintains staff members of 27 students of a total head count, which is directed at 3.7%, while aligned with norms of high priority fields, which will be in relation to constraint that express. I'm going to look in terms of what is flighted nature so that I'm not in any way confused. This is what we are seeing that is now being displayed in the current permanent staff profile of UWC, where you can see the breakdown in terms of the demographics in relation to proficient group. You see that the majority of our staff members are colored, which is the head count is 1,100, and which represent about 52.8%. And obviously that indicates that we are doing quite well in relation to our one-year target. If you look at the terms of African representation, we are not doing well. The percentage currently is 22.9%, and the target is 24.42. So there's a deficit of 1.52. White category is currently the year target is 11.9, and which also indicates that we are also a little behind in relation to this one. Indian representation, the year target is 6%, and again, we're also not doing well in that category. Foreign nationals, although they are not dealing for the tempo of their employability, but we do account, because if you look in terms of the statutory form, the E4 form that we get from the Department of Labor, we have to account in terms of what is their current representation. You can see that they are currently at 7.82 in the target, obviously, which is not a formalized target, so we don't set targets for foreign nationals, 7.2. So which means we're doing well when we come to that. We can move to the next one, level assistance. I'm not going to be talking about that, because those data are assumed that we will be able to see them. But it indicates the current profile based in terms of what are the permanent employees at the university and what is the target that perhaps we will set for ourselves for the next 5 years. We have a plan that has been approved, a 5-year plan that was approved by council, and that was in 2025, which will obviously expire in 2030. So we are really making some progress. We just recently had the Employment Forum in order to access that. I'm not going to talk about that. You can move to the next one, please. So you can see here that the total staff complement in UWC is 2,500 employees, and the target obviously 2,765. So it means that we're not yet achieved, but there is a steady progress to achieve that. Top management and staff management, as I mentioned earlier on, is an area where we're looking for, and we definitely have to ensure that only if there are any opportunities, that profile is changed in order to be representative of what the sectoral targets require of us, as well as what EAP requires of us, in order to align with them. Currently, we are not aligned. If you go within the broader staff management, not necessarily management, but senior managers, I think that's where we see that we also have a lagging behind in terms of African male and female representation. And that is the kind of an area that we are going to be looking at. We look at the professional qualified at institutional level, the majority of staff and management staff remains, which is the largest kind of component where you see our staff at UWC. Again, you see colored male and females going constitute the largest representation, while African representation remains below the target. So it reminds us that perhaps in our recruitment processes, in all the programs that we have been planning, we have to have a focused and intentional approach in these areas. Skills and technical areas, also we indicate that we have exceeded our target, and but there are also issues of representation when it comes to us linking ourselves with both the sectoral targets as well as the EAP. I must hastily mention that the university has taken a decision that we are not going to adopt, the national EAP. We are going to be focusing on the provincial EAP. So the chairperson, I think in terms of this presentation, then alluded to that, and it's an area that we will review during the course of the year. Whether we'll still continue to focus on national EAP targets or provision, but it's easy for now when we take it, that we focus on that. I'm going to rush and finish up, Chair, and take it to the next slide. So obviously, I've mentioned this one, I've dealt with that already. You can go to the next one. I've also dealt with that one here. So, Chair, I think as I mentioned that we are currently undergoing a weighted governance review, which we do. I'm glad that you mentioned, I think the DG mentioned earlier on that the IF has been meeting regularly and consistently and looking at all the issues that we need to deal with, providing advice to council in terms of matters that we feel and we deem are necessary. And we are on a regular basis reviewing our performance at the IF so that we can be able to meet the kind of obligations and expectations. So there is also, we have dealt with the statute, the review of the statute which has been prepared to by the registrar earlier on. I'm not going to be talking more about that. We've participated and we made our contribution. You can go to the next one. We're also dealing broadly, not focusing on terms of staff or employees of the university. We also focus in terms of the circumstances, thinking of the students. We look specifically in terms of the infrastructure and accommodation. And of course, we do monitoring there, we give advice, particularly in terms of critical constraints and suggesting what would be the best way in terms of dealing and engaging the kind of challenges that we face in that area. But Chair, I think this is the role that the IF that is playing, and I must say that it is working quite well, and both the Chair and the Deputy are external people, and it has been looking at matters of consideration and providing advice to council. I'm very positive. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You can upload Labor's presentation. And whilst you upload, you don't have Labor. Did you not send your presentation to? Please send it to the register. SLC, have you sent yours to management or to us? Another, let's close the management. Another, send the emails from both Labour and SRC to ID for them to be able to write it here. Whilst we are doing so, the stand-in person of IF, you had told us that you've done this slide here, slide 6, in order not to confuse us. We will not be confused by this thing. Even if you, in fact, we are going to give you a table in order for you to put in the details that you want. Because this thing is quiet. When you see foreign nationals, we've got 163 of them. It's a very quiet statement. You must go and tell us, because you are also an HR person, so you are very much aware of the Employment Service Act and the Immigration Act. We want you to go and extrapolate this data properly and put which ones of those are, this is just permanent staff. What non-permanent staff of foreign nationals want you to put it in a table format, where you will say, this is table it's from Zim, is a lecturer teaching something, or lecturing geology, for an example, making an example, at first year of the lecture, and the subject that is teaching or lecturing has been classified as a scarce skill. or not. So that's what we are not just, and even, you know, when we speak to people, we must avoid trying to talk down on people because we'll respond. The insinuations and some messages that come through will not stand when these members return them. It will be as if these members are disrespecting you. So we must stay away from such things because I will not be held responsible when they respond to you at the level at which you want to pitch, you want win. So let's try by all means to show respect to one another. There's no time here. In fact, like I've always say in the meeting, when we ask you a question, are you able to, you're still waiting for something. Please immediately. When we ask you a question, 9.9 times of the time no audience. I can tell you, even this 163, maybe you might get away for saying only permanent. But the numbers that I have for foreign nationals, yeah, much bigger than this. And they exclude, by the way, Prof, they exclude the postdocs. And we must also speak about. So please don't try us as a belief. Because we don't want to enter into that space. We have told you the intention is to work together and making sure that the core business of the university works. But don't push us into that corner. I'm already there. Labor union, you've got 10 minutes. I'll give you 13 minutes. It's 15:22, you have until 15:35.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, a greeting to everyone, the committee. And I think as a starting comment, as Labour, when we attend settings similar to this, we are always confused when we are seeing slides and the state of the university from a high level that portrays a picture of a clearly governed institution, a picture of an institution that is inclusive. But there's a great disconnect between a picture that has already been painted here and the picture on the ground. As I speak to you today, I speak to you as a chairperson that represents workers that are afflicted, workers that have waited 7 months for a salary settlement. And that salary settlement, as we sit today, we got an offer late in the evening. And we suspect that offer that was offered to us as workers late in the evening was only in reference to the fact that today we will be sitting here. Chairperson, is also not a mistake that the ranges are set and the ranges have been not had in the presentation of the workforce. Again, that speaks of the trust. When we're to talk about a government institution, an institution that is transparent, an institution that is well governed, there will be no suspicion from a student perspective and no suspicion from a worker perspective. That presentation was sent to the chairperson, to the secretary of the same committee. Again, there, as delegates that are here, you need to read into them. That is a trust issue. And why is there a trust issue? We have been told about the infrastructure that is decaying. The presentation from the institution's point of view said little or nothing about the workers that we represent here. It said nothing about their reality. It said nothing about their aspiration. I'm going to be clear, I represent workers that are afflicted by this institution. I represent workers that are pained by what they're experiencing in this institution. This is an institution that has some credentials, but I'm going to tell you today that I'm dealing with workers on a daily basis that are afflicted by the treatment of this institution. It's not by mistake that the institution's presentation is much more silent around the realities of the workers than I represent it to. As we speak, it has taken us 7 months to get an offer. We've had offers that are substandard. Even the offer that is currently on the table, it's taken us 7 months. And the reality that around that 7 months, why 7 months? It's because the arrogance of this institution, because we are nobodies. That's why you did not hear about this in the presentation. That's why nothing was said about this. That's why you've received an artificial presentation of what it is to be an employee in this space. The workers I represent today, we're dealing with bread and butter, we're not even at the governance issues. I'm dealing with context of sex. I'm dealing with workers that have been employed in this institution for 20 years on the same grade. So it's fair enough that we look at presentations that paint a clear, beautiful picture of this institution. But if we are saying we're going to look, and we're going to look at the reform, and we're going to get to the bottom of what is happening in this institution, Chair, I put it to you, it's not just the students that are affected. Chair, I put it to you that it's not just the students that are being abused. Chair, I put it to you that the workers that we represent are voiceless and are faceless and they are afflicted. There's too many paths to go, but the experience of the workers here is affliction, it is pain, and it is silence. That is why you do not hear about us in the presentation. The second part, if we are talking about governance, it's taken this institution 7 months. We still have not settled in 7. Why have we not settled? One issue about governance. You go for 7 months, you put it to HR and we are ready to negotiate. In November 2025. It takes probably another 60 days for HR to come back to the yes, and then we are ready to form. But in none of those engagements is it meaningful. In none of those engagements are you treated with dignity as a workforce. We sit here today and I'm saying to you, it's taken us 7 months. When we look from an administrative point of view in HR, the workers I represent, from a grievance point of view, the workers I represent, are not taking care by this institution. Some of them were here outside. We are governed by fear. I sit in front of you today to say, even the presentation, looking at presentation, there's too many areas for us to go into. But I want to leave the committee because I only have 50 minutes left. The workers that I represent are afflicted and they are paid by how this institution is treated. Let's look at money. Yes, we've got an infrastructure that is paid. But the financial indicators are saying something different when it comes to this institution. Yeah, I think maybe something else on the presentation. But let's look at the reality of these are the 3 crises that we are facing. But I want to take you to this slide. Although the infrastructure is decaying, although this is a historically disadvantaged institution, but it consists of workforce that must also have an income that is reflective of how this institution is doing. And the workers I represent do not have that. Even from a financial point of view, if this institution does not have the money to give us a decent increase, we should be able to sit around the table transparently and fairly and freely to look at the numbers so that we can get to the same conclusion. We've not been able to get there. In our last mediation, before we deadlocked, there was a plain, blatant refusal of the reasons, got that information, when the directors of finance said it was not be prudent for labor to be walked through the cash flow statement so that we can see what is there on the table that can be considered for a decent increase. When we talk about good faith bargaining, it can't be 7 months. It can't take us 7 months. And in that 7 months, the reality is the fact that there's a veil of secrecy about the flow of money. As a leader of workforce, we are expected to go to workers and tell them that the institution can only afford a 5% increase. You're asking them to walk you through that affordability claims. That's where the problem starts. That's where the fear-mongering starts. As leadership of our resources union, we are #1 targets. We are #1 enemies. And the only reason we are enemies is because we dare speak truth to power here. As Mr. Chairperson, it's 7 months. The second crisis that I want to bring your attention to is our pension fund. As we are talking to you, we've just had the Section 14 transfer. But that in itself, from the government's point of view, yes, we've got employee trustees and we've got employer trustees. But from a government's point of view, I would compel that chairperson, the chairperson of council, and the chairperson of this city, that you dribble down and you ask the institution to give you a 360 around this issue. After council has given a clear direction that money must be moved into the umbrella fund, 120 billion rand was invested. Again, from a governance protocol, if we shed slides of good governance, a governance protocol, how did that happen? Again, you are left as the workforce to be the ones that go fight this thing. I'm a humble administrator at grade 10. My highest qualification is an NQF 8. I do not have the expertise to be able to get to the bottom of this. Yet we are left as the only defense. As we speak to that 120 investment that was made in that manner, we don't know how many times that has happened to the workers' pension fund. As we sit here, nobody knows if we've had any similar incidents like this. If it's 120 million once, what if it's happened 3 times or 4 times? How many has the workers lost? Yes, the institution is going to respond and tell you that we've got multiple investigations, but again, is that transparent? That needs to be shared with the workers, and we are hoping through this committee we can finally get some of the answers that we don't have. In the Joint Management Forum, we have representation, but as we sit here, from the beginning of the pension fund up to that 150 million investment made after clear directives from Council, again, when we speak about governance, Council has already taken a decision, and then the pension fund and the localized decides to go a different way. Again, that cannot be put on the shoulders of the workforce to get to the bottom of this. We don't have the expertise, nor does the union have enough money to go into a forensic investigation. The people that have deep pockets would be the institution to get to that, so that they can give comfort to the workers who say you've not actually lost. To this day, we know that there's provisions around 150 million, and there's mitigating circumstances that has been dealt with, but we don't know how many times this has happened. And from the first day we found out about this crisis on the 29th of January, I stand to be corrected, we made it clear to the HR executive that when do we talk to workers and when do we talk to the workers transparently. And we are hoping through you, Chair, will be able to give answers. But again, this is just another example to show you how affected we are as workers. Yes, we work for an institution that is strong credentials, but we also recognize this institution for what it is to us today. It inflicts pain on us as workers as we speak. 7 months for salary settlement that was supposed to be done in January. And the point of departure is that we are expected to just accept what management puts on the table, which is not the right way. Surely for an institution of this magnitude, an institution of higher learning, we should be transparent. We should be able to walk through the numbers from top to bottom to get to the same conclusion. We should not be forced, we should not be unduly influenced, and we should not fear to speak truth. Currently, that's the reality that we are facing as workers. Even when we look at the HR cases, maybe the comment that I made that we are dealing with cases where in 2026, we just concluded a matter 6 for jobs at a high level, and the institution, had we not made a noise, that individual could probably still be here. Again, I'm using that to paint a backdrop that when we do go into really looking at this institution, that we do a drill down to get to the bottom of what is really happening here. Because the perfect management picture that was presented at the institution's presentation lacks some depth. There's things that are in there that must be looked at. Because if we are saying we're going to look at this institution with truth, and we're going to clean it, and we're going to get to what we need to get to, let's also from management side deal with these issues and take the issues. To paint a perfectly management picture about the experience of workers is not right, it's inaccurate. Because the workers we represent were outside in the rain today, still waiting for a decent income. And the offer was made, but it was made late, after 7 months. Chair, I think for the purpose of time, we got the presentation, and I think there will be a follow-up. But that's just a picture that we wanted to paint. And once again, as in closing, there was a reason why this institution management was quiet around our voices, because they know that we are afflicted, we are not taken care of, that we are silently being sidelined out of everything. This good governance protocol that I see here will be just a tick box exercise. And we are hoping through you we can finally get to the bottom of the items that need to change here, so that we can really get this institution to move forward. And thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, everybody else. You went straight until your 1535. Please put the presentation of student union, the SRC. SRC, this one you can jump. Vision, mission, let's go to the meet. We have until 4 o'clock, President.
Yeah. Okay, no, thanks, Chair. You.
I'm sorry.
So, I'm being sabotaged. Yes. So, Chair, the submission has been deliberately structured according to the executive architecture of the university. That means, Chair, that each of the submission corresponds directly to a specific executive portfolio within the university. And we adopted this approach for three important reasons. The first reason of why we did this is that we want to ensure that accountability is clearly attributable. The second reason why we did it is because it allows the concerns that we are going to raise to be examined systematically rather than just emotionally. So that we're not perceived as an SRC that just is loud headers, but rather we unpack the systematic concerns that exist. The last reason of why we did it in this manner is because it will enable the portfolio committee to identify where institutional responsibility lies in relation to specific operational and welfare failures. So every issue that we have raised has been linked to the executive office or the governance structure responsible for oversight in that area. Throughout our presentation, you will see that we raise matters regarding institutional leadership under the VC, we address academic and postgraduate concerns under the DVC, student welfare and student concerns under STS, which is student development and support, and operational and accommodation concerns are linked to finance and operations governance structure. So with that being said, Chair, we also wish to stress that this submission is evidence-based. I'm not sure if the Secretary has circulated the link to committee members through your chair, but to the portfolio committee members, there's a link that we sent that was through an It has annexures. The annexures support every statement that we are making. These annexures include budget extracts, correspondence, student testimonies, safety incident records, it includes photographs, videos, governance documentation, and institutional communications about the issues that we raise. And the purpose of the approach, Chair, is to ensure that the committee is able to assess the matters before it on the basis of documented evidence rather than just on speculation. So perhaps let's get to the meat of the matter. Beside, can I just ask, can I just leave this remote? I'll just mention it. Next slide. So perhaps firstly, it's the Vice Chancellor's line. Because in the interest of time, I'll just mention two things. One, the SRC National Representation and Funding Crisis. And what I mean by this is that we are often expected to represent the university in national higher education spaces, which include policy discussions, national student leadership engagement, and sector workshops. However, where we find ourselves is that there's no dedicated institutional budget to support the SRC, not just the SRC, but also its student governance structures. So this creates a contradiction that we've placed in the VC's table. That the SRC is expected to carry the institutional voice nationally, yet it must fund this from a limited SRC budget that has reportedly remained around 1.2 million. You would see the extract under student SRC budget that for the past 7 to 8 years, the budget has remained in or around that approximate amount. And it hasn't adjusted to inflation and rising operational costs. Furthermore, from this allocation, the SRC must already fulfill an institutional mandate, which is that of our budget, about 150,000 to 200,000 is already deducted for elections. That is an institutional mandate to carry out, yet the SRC must fund that from its own coffers. So that's why we raise that concern and request that the portfolio committee should recommend to the university to create a ring-fenced budget for SRC participation. So now that's out of the way, I want to assess and speak on the organizational assessment under the Vice Chancellor's executive plan. Through you, Chair, an organizational assessment report was reportedly conducted more than a year ago. However, we are concerned that the assessment has still not been tabled before Senate for institutional consideration and recommendation. Chair, the assessment is important because it speaks to the operational efficiency of the university's reporting lines, and the structural design of UWC. And our main concern is that if we delay tabling this organizational assessment, it prevents the university from confronting whether its current executive and operational structure is fit for purpose. So our request to the portfolio committee then is, the committee should ask the university to clarify when the organizational assessment was completed, why has it not served before Senate, when its recommendations will be tabled, and how students will be consulted on this very process. Then, you can move to the next slide. Let's speak a bit about the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, which is Prof. Monwabisi Kgalagadi. Prof, we are concerned, and through you, Chair, the SRC is concerned that there is a strong faculty autonomy that exists within the academic line, particularly regarding budgets and the research-related funds. In particular, Chair, there's concern that highly rated academics and professors may have access to substantial research budgets, while postgraduate students continue to struggle for conference funding to present their research results, research dissemination support, data collection costs, and academic mobility. So our position as the SRC, Chair, is that research excellence, in our view, cannot be measured only by the achievements of established academics. A leading research university, as is the vision of the Vice Chancellor, must invest in the next graduation of researchers, which is the historically disadvantaged postgraduate students. So there seems to be insufficient operational support and institutional effort to support postgraduate students to attend conferences, to present their research findings, to publish their work, and to participate in academic networks. So the committee, I think through you, Chair, should recommend to UWC to develop a very transparent postgraduate research support framework, which will include dedicated postgraduate conference funding, a clear criteria for access, and annual reporting on the beneficiaries of these kinds of interventions. Next slide. We will not say much on the Deputy Vice Chancellor Research and Innovation because the work has been quite commendable with the activities in research and innovation. But there's also a current vacancy. So there's not much really to say because the post is going to be filled and the university is currently undergoing a process to fill it. So let's not get into that, but let's get to what I call the crux of the matter. The Deputy Vice Chancellor of Student Development and Support. Slide can please go to the next slide. Chair, if there's anything that you did not hear about my presentation, it would be important to hear this. We think that the SRC believes that there is a serious misalignment between the title and the practical functioning of student development and support. One would expect this division, Chair, to lead directly on student development, accommodation, transport, student welfare, leadership development, and the holistic support, because that's its connotation, student development and support. So the projects under this kind of division should align with what I've just said. However, in practice, Chair, SDS appears to play an oversight role rather than an operational one, while critical functions are located elsewhere or fragmented across the institution. And I'll mention where they lie exactly. So our concern, Chair, is that SDS, through this, has weakened accountability. And when student welfare issues arise, it becomes very unclear of who is directly responsible for the implementation. So it's by no mistake that you see or you saw what you saw today. Ideally, these operations should be under student development and support, not another executive line. So I think that the committee should ask UWC to clarify the exact mandate of SDS and whether its current powers, its budget, and the operational authority are sufficient enough to fulfill that mandate. Then we go to financial aid underfunding. And I would request committee members to refer to the NHR financial aid support. We think that financial aid is one of the most student-facing offices in UWC. It deals largely with NSFAS funded students, previously funded NSFAS students, poor students, and students from financial backgrounds. They were very concerned that the allocation to financial aid is not sufficient enough when compared to the actual demand that is placed on the office. And there have been attempts to relocate the financial aid office to finance. In our view, should that happen, it would disadvantage the black student. And so our concern is that the university cannot claim to be a student-centered university while under-resourcing the very division that is responsible for supporting financially vulnerable students. So our request to the portfolio committee is that it should request a comparative budget which shows the allocations to financial aid versus other divisions in this university, especially finance and operations, and how these allocations respond to student needs. So let's talk about safety and security at the UNIBEL precinct. And I want us to refer to the NHR Student Safety and Transition, or rather, yes, and Transition. I think you can, yes, thank you, Mr. The UNIBEL precinct, through you, Comrade Chair, remains one of the clearest examples of inadequate safety intervention, which is a contradiction of what the executive has just proposed or what it has reported on. The SRC has repeatedly raised safety concerns around this area. Chair, a student death in 2023 in circumstances linked to poor safety and lack of adequate patrolling. Reported cases of assault and rape around the precinct. A man was shot and died near the gates of UNIBEL in 2025. Gunshots and open fire were reported around the precinct in 2026. In fact, the only reason why we have a fence now, after we've raised the concerns at multiple levels, is only because of that shooting that happened, or that gunfire, which happened, I think, about 2 to 3 weeks ago. So our position is that we think that student safety cannot be reactive. It must be preventative, it must be visible, and it must be properly budgeted for. Then, Comrade Chair, we would like to speak on student leadership victimization and the hostile engagement under student development. No. Just yes. We'll get to the win in just a moment. Chair, we're deeply concerned, Chair, about the engagement climate between the Deputy Vice Chancellor and student leaders. Chair, in that manner, I would like to say that we've submitted certain interactions that have created a very hostile and intimidating environment for student leaders. Examples include the following. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, Student Development and Support, there was an attempted or pursued suspension of the Secretary General in 2025 in August after robustly raising student matters. And the exclusion or the attempted removal of the SG at the time, Sinobuyo Kanjo, from a council retreat session despite prior arrangements and expenses already being paid for. Still. Secondly, Chair, charges were laid against the sports officer, Luwezo João Antonio, who is our current sports officer, following his refusal to leave a student assembly meeting. A recent incident where a student leader raised concerns about summaries and inconsistencies in the way that Prof chaired a meeting. And Prof's response to that was that she does not take threats lightly. We must also mention a few other cases, which include the Solidinge case, which by far and in large, some clauses concern student protest and things that he was involved in. So our position, Chair, under student victimization is that we think that a DVC responsible for student development must create an enabling environment for student leadership. Not one, Chair, where student leaders fear disciplinary consequences for robust engagement. So the committee should recommend to UWC to develop really a protocol that prevents the misuse of such disciplinary mechanisms against leaders that are elected. So, Chair, Ms. Adi, you can move to the next presentation. And the last one, just before we get to the next executive plan, is that, Chair, we are concerned around the exclusion of emerging black developers in this university. We're very concerned, Chair, about what appears to be a pattern of excluding emerging black developers from accommodation and development opportunities. And what I'd like to say here is that we refer to a proposal known as the Blankenberg land, where a developer reportedly proposed a build-operate transfer model that the university is referring to, where they do not pay any money. They build, it operates through a lease, and then it's transferred to the institution. The model would have allowed the developer to build and recover costs through a lease structure. We're concerned that such proposals are rejected, but the university has the muscle, has the niche, has the want and the desire to cough out money to acquire land for arrangements such as COVAX. In fact, when COVAX asked for 50 million and the university said that it doesn't have, it bargained to extend the lease for COVAX. There are land where the Unibel precinct is built. The development rights are owned by Calgro Pocket M, which always asks the university for money to acquire the land. But whenever we ask for money for postgraduate funding, the university does not have money. Just recently, there is a proposal to build a Unibel 5 project using university reserves. Yet when we asked for postgraduate funding, there's no money. But the contradiction that exists is that when there are proposals that are brought up on a build, operate, transfer model that do not require them to pay any money, they are rejected. And we are enticed by ensuring that we cough out money for other developers. So we are very concerned about this from a student perspective, because these are the reasons why we have maintenance problems. They are the very same land that was acquired through these Calgros and Pocket M's, and then money was coughed out to buy cheap material, and this is why a residence such as Unibel is maintained for 4 years on, but it is under 5 years old. I have never seen such happening in an institution. Then lastly, Chair, we want to speak about the WIN residents and student safety. And please refer to the annexure, the WIN residents. The SRC wishes to place on record its grave concern regarding the WIN residents matter, which we regard as one of the most serious accommodation governance failures currently confronting this university. And Chair, our concern is not merely operational. It is fundamentally about accountability, legality of the matter, student safety, the oversight, and possible failures in governance process. So let me give you background around this residence, Chair. During 2024-2025, the university entered into a lease agreement for the Wynn residents while the building was effectively still a construction site. We're deeply concerned that a lease agreement was signed before the building had obtained the necessary occupancy certification. Students were placed in this very despite the concerns around compliance. The lease agreement, Chair, appears to have been used by the contractor WCP as assurance to secure financing from a private funder in order to continue funding the development project itself. So we find it very deeply concerning that a public university would enter into such an arrangement without ensuring that there was full compliance, safety certification, and operational readiness for student occupation. And what I'd like us to find out, Chair, from this is the accountability. Who signed that lease? Apparently, there's words that the director was involved of residential services, Professor Montete was involved, Mr. Mani Regal was involved, and all of these people were involved. But I think we need to find out who was responsible for signing that lease. So to give you more context in my background, Chair, now the university subsequently then, after raising concerns, reports, and all of these issues, it appointed an independent assessor following serious complaints and concerns around this specific residence from students. Chair, the independent assessment reportedly found that the building was highly non-compliant with DHED's minimum norms and standards. The SRC is concerned, Chair, that despite these findings from the independent assessment report, the students remain accommodated in that building. Construction activities continue while students are occupying that residence. The residence operator WCP continues operating despite the seriousness of the findings. And one of the most alarming issues raised in relation to this is the alleged deviations between the floor plans and the compliance documentation which was submitted to the City of Cape Town for approval, and the actual physical structure and the layout that is implemented in practice. So we've been informed, and we have facts under that annexure, that the developer deviated from approved plans and implemented materially different floor layouts from that of which was approved by the City of Cape Town. So that's our concern. And if true, this raises serious concerns regarding the compliance issue, the municipality approvals process, institutional due diligence, student safety, and importantly, oversight failures within the university. So I think that's something that must be brought.
Vote towards recommendation for the 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay, thanks. Okay. So, Chair, our recommendations is that we want the portfolio committee to do 10 things.
No.
The first thing that it must do is that it should really be serious about creating an effort at a policy level around SRC national representation budgets. The second thing that we'd like to recommend to the portfolio committee is to develop a measurable student support fundraising strategy. The third thing is to pressure the University of the Western Cape to table the organizational assessment report before Senate and Council. We want them to establish a postgraduate research support funding framework. We want the portfolio committee to clarify the mandate, the powers, and the budget of student development and support. We want the portfolio committee to request UWC to develop a resident safety plan for UNIBEL and all off-campus university residences. We would like the portfolio committee chair to introduce an emergency response protocol for private and leased accommodation, liaising, of course, with the university. 8, thoroughly, Chair, investigate allegations of student leadership victimization. 9, task the institution to develop a compulsory SRC leadership development program. 10, to review the finance and operations executive structure. to provide a full accountability report on the Kasinga residents, to provide the COVAX lease agreement and review its impact on class exclusion, to develop a comprehensive student transport framework, to review transformation in accommodation, and ensure that SRC participation in appointments affecting student welfare is done. And importantly, Chair, we want the Portfolio Committee to address the absence of Black African deans, because this is equally important, and to strengthen information access for SRC members that serve in governance structure, because we are privy to certain information but not other information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this children as well. There are certain recommendations that obviously must be implemented by the university as per the legislation. We've noted all the presentations. We have noted that we've also received a memorandum earlier on. Vice Chancellor, the reason why when we have our meetings, we bring management, council, IF, labor and students so that we get a broader picture of what is the story. Because if we were to come here and speak to management alone, we'll not get a broader picture. If we were to come here and speak to management and the IF as it happened today, we're not going to see a broader picture. If we're here to sit here, the chair of council, and sit with the management outside of workers, you will not get a broader picture. And the reason why we want you, when we sometimes we recommend that council must not be involved in the day-to-day running of an institution. But through your committees, you interact with students and workers. It's for this thing. It's for you, for you to have a clearer picture. Because reports that comes from management to you guys will not cover some of these things. I'm sure where you're seated, you may be shocked about some of the things we've had today. And it might, I said earlier when we were taking the memorandum that it's not necessarily the Vice Chancellor of the Registrar's fault that brings this report to council. It's because some of this information don't even get to them. Because we have an appreciation that you've got a big institution with 4,000, 5,000 employees. It's extremely difficult, if it's not impossible, for the Vice Chancellor of the Register to know all employees of an institution. Almost impossible. For all students, almost impossible. And if we have systems that work out, that can respond itself. So you say, as the Vice Chancellor, I have an open door policy. Every month, I sit with the institutional chairperson of workers to hear monthly what are the challenges, where is the problem. And every month, as the Vice Chancellor, I sit with the President of the Student Representative Council to get a sense of are students happy. The Register does the same. As the Register, I sit with the Secretary General of the SRC to get a sense of what are the registration program of students. are the students who are being deregistered, are the students who are being excluded? Is there really nothing we can do? So you get a sense of what is really happening as a register. No, that's a very big position, but you meet with such and you do probably look at, I don't know, maybe the workers, I don't know if how that will work. The CFO sits with the Treasurer General of the SRC and says, listen, your budget for the year is this much. You have this number of students who have been excluded financially. What are the issues? Maybe let's look at fundraising strategies that we as the institution can help you, enter into as the SRC in order to. So if you have those things, you are likely not to have surprises when such meetings, because there are conversations that are happening amongst key stakeholders in the institution. But if you have we are the boss mentality, you are the workers mentality, you are going to have problems, I can tell you. We're going to take a different posture here because we've just spoken to some members. We will engage you, but our meeting will not end today. We'll have a follow-up again in the full day. There's a lot of information that we've just received. I think our detective was also showing us that you are delivering to these residences as we speak, microwaves. As we speak, all of a sudden they are now available to be delivered. You have informed students through emails that the Wi-Fi will be restored tomorrow, something that could have been done long time ago. On Sunday, you are filling some pipes for water, and therefore there will be interruptions of water for about an hour or so. And I don't think, personally I said it there, when we're taking the memorandum, it's unnecessary. There are certain things we should not. Exams have been disrupted. You have to bring in a plan to catch up on exams. And that plan, I hope it will not mean students will be forced to write 3 exams in 3 days, because that will not be a plan to help students. It will be a plan to finish exams and punish students when it was not their fault that we find ourselves. So, I'll start with you. As our lead detective, there are certain things you must do after here, and then after come to another results. But like I said, we won't finish this meeting with colleagues, because there is just a lot of information that just keeps on coming. I'll give it to that. Yeah, I will explain. I'll give you 2 extra minutes. I'll take it some other time. I'll take it next week Friday.
It's okay to be generous, Chair. It's fine. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, let me start. Remember, you are the DVC responsible for what again?
Student development and support.
So, student housing, student infrastructure, all those things fall under your profile. What falls under your profile?
Infrastructure.
Please, yeah, sorry.
Infrastructure engineering is with the CFO or the finance. And then the placement of students in residences, and the part of it is looking for bed spaces and then placing students, and providing the wraparound services around living and learning.
So between yourself and the ED finance, who's responsible for student accommodation and the quality thereof? Where do your roles overlap?
Yeah, that is split. Like I said, we are responsible for making sure that there are beds and that we place students and we provide wraparound services. But then there is the infrastructure part, which also involves maintenance and the acquisition of more buildings. So there will be intersections, but that role is for the ED fund.
Okay, Dr. ED finance. What is your surname, sir?
Regal.
Regal. Dr. Regal, for how long have you been in the position that you're currently serving as the ED Finance? Executive Director Finance?
I'm not doctor, but...
It says there was doctor there. Also, Steve Manier,
I've been in this role now 23 years.
in the same institution.
That's right.
So I am 28 years old. So you've been in this role for as long as since I was 5 years old. And you are struggling to fix something as simple with your large institutional expertise, that we're supposed to say. It takes students to protest for days. It takes Parliament to come for you to have a move on maintenance. I don't understand what that means. Because to me, that indicates either you have a sluggish approach to approving plans that are supposed to exist and maintenance programs and projects that are supposed to be rolling all day, every day, or everybody and anybody that works under you that is responsible for ensuring that your entire director's office works does not know what they're doing. So I put it to you, which one of these two is true?
There's a combination of tardiness and also a matter of communication.
What do you mean communication?
So we had an agreement, we have a business process whereby all information related to maintenance gets processed onto a list and gets posted through a system. And so quite often many items are not reported, and so I would not be aware of those items from the by virtue of it not being on the list.
Director, with 23 years in this institution, in that 23 years, has it never occurred to you that in order to get anything effectively and efficiently done, that you must at least take time, maybe if it's just an hour out of your, I suppose, busy schedule, to walk around your institution of 23 years, to go check whether the reports that land on your office meet the experiences of students and your staff on campus? Has it never occurred to you?
Yes, it has.
And?
I was at the Unibel precinct a few months ago, but not very recent.
President of the SRC, the memorandum, the first memorandum that was submitted, I understand it was the beginning of this month. Is that true?
Is this in reference to what? It's just
Unibel, yeah.
There was a memorandum last year, but with this protest, the memorandum was sent Monday.
So last year, let's talk about last year. Last year, when was the first memorandum? Month, you don't have to give me the specific date, just the month.
Yeah, so it was around about these months. Peter Mboma, who sadly passed away, was the chairperson. He delivered the memorandum at that time last year. I do remember also instances where SRCs have delivered memorandums from the inception of university.
So when was Peter's time?
Our previous time as chairperson of UNIBEL as a residence committee was last year. Then he was an SRC member for accommodations.
The month, sir. What is the month?
The month at which he was the chairperson.
No, I can't uri Nagoya Pila's death.
Yes.
When was that?
It was in April.
Sure. So April was 12. Today was 13 months post that. Forget all the other memorandums and the subsequent memorandums. That combined with your response that you do so regularly. Explain to us why, with your regular inspections and the student regular communication of the issues that they experience in student accommodation, why is it that students today still have issues of mold in their bedrooms that they sleep on and the beds that they sleep on? Why is it that students shower in showers that don't have doors that work, some of them? Some close halfway, some don't close at all, some don't exist. Explain why students' toilets don't have a cover, that they must pull and become, they must pull things, I don't know what they call because I don't have I don't know what they called. They must pull things in order to flush properly. The toilet paper holders don't exist. There are no bins for females to dispose sanitary towels in or sanitary products. Explain why even the showers themselves have mold. Explain why there are no heaters that work. In some they work, sometimes they don't work. Your Wi-Fi is neither here nor there. Some tiles don't exist in some rooms. There are plugs that do not work in some rooms. So how is that possible? With your 23 years experience in the same institution?
Honourable Member, when the issues are raised, it was addressed. These were new items that emerged, and as I mentioned, that these items did not follow a process where it was captured into a system for me to respond to. The issue about the mold is not, the issue of the mold was fixed once, whereby we would clean up and paint, but the mold will grow again, it will reoccur, and that's because of a ventilation system problem. And the ventilation system problem will take a while to fix, because we will need to decommission some of the ablution facilities. And that plan is in place, but the decommissioning of those facilities will also have to, we have a concentration of work will be through the back periods. We've agreed that during the June period, which is basically next month, during the back period, the issue about the water and the ablution facilities will be fixed, because we have to shut down the entire water system.
So you do not need to shut down the entire water system for a whole vacation or wait for people to exit. For you to fix something as simple as the cover of a toilet to ensure that the toilet flushes properly. I say so because just the other day, I was at home in my mother's house. I'm a boy and a girl at home because there's no other child. It took a plumber less than an hour to replace the flushing of a toilet. You don't need VAC to do that. You do not need a vacation to fix something as simple as a toilet paper holder. You do not need vacation to put in toilets to put in a bin in a toilet. You can walk out here, go to Pep store, get a bin, or even Checkers Hyper. Get a bin, put it in the toilet, get out. You don't need to do so. I can understand the bigger problem of the water pressure and all of those things, but even that you can do during weekends, and you can negotiate with students to say, please don't take a shower for a few hours, let me fix this problem. I'm sure there's a way around it. You do not need vacation to fix a shower door. I am pretty sure students will not be ultra inconvenienced If in the meantime, while you wait for the bigger plan of how to fix mold, that you get in, you scrape, you clean, you paint, you get out in one day. I have a problem with people who are in leadership, who have the power to crack the whip on the people underneath them who are the subordinates, not doing so. Because it is quite frankly unacceptable that you can tell Parliament of the Republic of South Africa that the reason why you are unable to attend to issues properly or efficiently is because they're not captured correctly. When you yourself say you, as the director responsible for ensuring that there is compliance, when you said you do regular inspections of your institution, that to me says you don't have, if you do regular inspections, then your turnaround is not one that has an honest heart attached to it. I assume you're a father, sir.
Yes.
How old are your children? If you don't mind me asking.
26.
26, so you have a child that's 2 years my junior. That person is out of university or doing some doctorate master something working. They would have gone through school. Under no circumstance would you be happy as a father to have your child in the morning and in the evening stand in a shower and shower with a door that is open even in winter. In a shower that is leaking, where there's a whirlpool, fill it down all day every day and somebody must come back with a mop and mop behind them. Well, while they're in the shower, the steam they inhale is mixed with mold. Mold that compromises health. You can have allergic reactions, you can have a respiratory problem, lungs infections, I can go on. And repeatedly that exposure can lead to death. So essentially your office and your negligence, your inability to account and to be responsive to all these things in time, your office is responsible for the health risk of the student. In the long term, these people will leave this institution and have respiratory issues and die at the hands of the negligence of your office in this institution. You would never subject your child to such. And I raise that not because I want to shine poorly on your character, but I say so because 23 years as the father of students on campus, responsible for the quality of the infrastructure, you should care. You should care for these students as if they were your own. I'd be having a different conversations if you have never given birth to anybody in your life, because maybe I'd say you are removed from the care of parenthood. But you are a father. You're a father to my age mate. That's wrong. It is absolutely wrong. 62%, I think that's the percentage that was presented, of the students that are students here are funded by NSFAS. Those are poor students. Students that come from households where their families' only hope and dream out of poverty. Their only aspiration to put food on the table for themselves and their families. Yet you are able to with confidence say those parents must be happy for those students too. I'm renting. I can't even ask you questions anymore because I don't know what you're going to answer me. Because I don't understand. Whatever, if you were saying, no, I've just arrived, it's been a year, I'm still trying to figure out. But 23 years in the same institution, responsible for maintenance, and you have not been able in 23 years to have a system of maintenance that works. You know, every month, every institute, every quarter, every rest, we need water, we need pipes, we need toilets, we need this, we need that, we need that. You're supposed to have it as a check. In the same way you know when you go for grocery shopping every month, you know I need pads, I need milk, I need salt, I need papa, I need potatoes. Every month you know it's the same. Why is it a problem when you have to deal with the maintenance of students? I have a problem with that. Chair, you said we're still going to engage. So, for me, I'm happy that there's progress with the emails that you've sent. Now there's a desired improvement and that you have microwaves coming. But for me, I have a problem with the fact that students had to go perform their pain outside for a whole week, can't write exams, had to go through the pain of living through the conditions that they live in. talk to you over and over again without you hearing anything, and only all of a sudden after life has almost come to a stop, then only are you responsive. That to me says you do not care. Because clearly you do have the resources to fix things, you see. Because now they suddenly magically appear. Means you've had them all along but you did not know how to use them. Or actually you did not want to use them. That to me reflects poorly on your leadership. And it shouldn't ever be that we should, as Parliament, you know there are very serious problems that this country has. Serious problems. We could now be brainstorming on how to have a policing strategy that is scientifically backed, that will help ensure that there is safety not only for students here but for the whole country. But we're wasting time talking about showers, talking about how to get rid of mold, how to fix a whole door and getting dustbins in a toilet. That's wrong. I did not sign up to this as a member of Parliament. This is not my job to come tell you what you should have been doing for 23 years. It's wrong, sir. Who is the person responsible for the register? Who's the financial aid office people here? The same that Madib. So your HWC, your students that are receiving funding through the HWC, currently they've received their commitments of bursary from HWC DGC. But to date, their tuition is not paid from what I understand. Their accommodation is not paid because they live off campus, most of them. Their allowances, their stipends, so everything and anything HW house, the SETA, is not up to date. What is your understanding of the problem there?
I will need finer details because that has not come to my desk. I have a manager for financial aid that I can text now to give me background, but I have not received anything so far. I know that there are students whose bursaries or sponsors would have bottlenecks on the way of implementing, but I'm not aware of a group that is associated with a SETA that is struggling.
Where is the Director General? Director Student Support, your department. So the communication I received from students indicates as follows. It indicates that you have students that were given their bursary commitments in May, not in May, in 5 months ago. So they received communication and emails saying you have your funding, but to date they haven't gotten, I will show you now, I want to read it properly here so that I am clear with you. Okay. So the bursary would be responsible for their tuition, their accommodation, their books, their transport allowance, and their meals. This is the HWC. The department has always said it wants to work a wholesale to get support. But since then, since the commencement of this academic year, we're 5 months in. Students are not paying. Nobody is paying for their accommodation. They don't have meals. Their tuition is not up to scratch. Their books, the whole shebang.
Thank you, ma'am. To check, that information has not reached the department, but if you allow me to get the details, I will definitely provide a report.
Please. Please. The reason why people are funded by the state is because they come from homes where they are unable to fund themselves. We've been fighting NSFAS. We can't now go adopt issues of NSFAS and have the same conversation with SETA funding that comes. To move from home, Limpopo, wherever other place in Mpumalanga, the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, and come study at the University of the Western Cape, you know nobody here. You have no family here. You come here, you're supposed to have accommodation, you're supposed to have food, you're supposed to have books, you're supposed to have transport. And 5 months into the academic year, none of it is available. It's wrong. I'm roping you in because there's no other rep of the department that can take the responsibility of the seat itself. I mean, I don't think anybody here is confused about how I feel about seaters. I think they're useless in the main. But the bottom line is when seaters are also funding through bursaries students in universities, that's where you come in as institutional support. That must be fixed. There are quickly the ratio DVC academic. You said your student teacher ratio is at 22:1. Yeah, I think that ratio is really great, but I would implore you to look at the ratio for, I'll tell you now. I'm wrapping up, yes. So the ratio for your humanities, your arts, and your social sciences, because international best practice dictates that that ratio should range between 1 to 30 and 1 to 40, particularly because of the high intensity of reading, writing, and large group lectures that we find in those particular faculty, in that particular faculty stream. So maybe look into that and see how we can balance it. In general, there are other things that we will raise in other meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, the ratio of 1 to 22 is better than the ratio of 1 to 30 and 1 to 40. So those best practices must learn from UWC. So I'm saying the best practices. Okay. Yeah, so we must learn. Mr. Rita, I think the question that Honorable Khao wanted to, or was asking, which I want to, just for you to clarify, is this Unibel is 4 years old, am I correct?
Yes, Chair. Yes.
And we bought it as an institution. You can press. Did we buy it as an institution or we built it ourselves?
It was built.
So the university built it.
Yes.
And the university appointed contractors to build the university.
We appointed the developer to build.
Yes. So we appointed the developer appointed the architects had constructors and all of that. So, and then we said to them, build us this thing in this format, with these specifications and all of that. Is that my understanding? The SLA that you signed with this people indicated those things.
Yes, that's correct.
And as you are seated here now, do you believe that that developer that we signed with gave you what we asked for? In other words, do we have value for money in that investment?
Chair, we do have value for money, but there were issues with regards to remedial work.
I did say earlier on, I come from a township school, so my English is not really strong. The school that I come from is called Trisas Chava Secondary. So when they say secondary, you know it's the English there, it's second language. So now, maybe make it make sense. Did we get as an institution the handover report, the institution or the residences that we asked for?
Yes, sir.
So why do we have, okay, maybe before I go to the phone. So how much are we spending there on average per annum on maintenance?
On average, we're spending about 8 million rand on maintenance.
at that institution?
At the Unibel.
Unibel 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
This one about 8 million. And at other residences that we own, let's say that Krishani, how much are we spending?
We spent 7.5 million on the balance of the residences.
On all of them?
That's correct.
And this one is spending 8 million?
Yes.
So the other ones spend 7.5, not on one, on all of them.
On all of them.
And these other ones are older.
Yeah.
For instance.
Yes, that's correct.
And you are convinced that we are getting value for money on these residences that cost more than all other residences combined on maintenance. That is 4 years old.
No, Chair, when we look at the maintenance bill is more and therefore problematic.
Yeah. So what argument are you making that the developers gave us what we wanted? Or what is the basis of the argument? Well, it can't just be the drawing, the structure. It must be the building. The building includes the sewage pipes, includes water pipes, includes the durability with the sun, the weather. It includes wear and tear. You don't want building that falls just because there's wind. Let's say now I'm staying in a shack. So you can't say just because something looks right from outside, then say this is value for money. So I'm asking, and I was very deliberate to ask, what do you think we are receiving what we paid for with this?
Chair, now that we looked at the quality and the endurance of the building, now that we've experienced the building, we're picking up that there are issues with regards to the quality of the finish.
And what is the service level agreement saying about holding that developer accountable? And the university is not charged. You can't allow people to come and do as they please. And then we pay them, then we just allow them to go. Because tomorrow there will be rumors that will come here that says you are in cahoots with that developer. You allow them to do shady business. You don't hold them accountable. Tomorrow they will tell us that, by the way, Mr. Riga is friends with the developer of that, but we don't want to get to them. We don't want those things to come up. But you see the way you are not helping us respond in defending the university resources, it will lead to that. Because from where we are seated, it's as if we are allowing, we don't care about this university resources. Who's responsible for legal? Was drafting that SLA or contract with that? Are they not here? Yes, legal. Why have you guys not went after? Why have you guys not went after this company?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the background to this transaction is important. This property forms part of a provincial land, and the developer is the developer of this provincial suburb. The developer is therefore forced upon us. We did not want this developer. We had no other choice because they are developing the entire township and build everything that you see around Unibel. The agreement that we have with them is a development agreement, and we would then pay them for building. There is, however, a certain guarantees in place that they will be liable for 5 years. It's a standard JVCC contract, in terms of the JVCC contract, the builder is liable for 5 years for structural faults. Now, those are structural faults, and they don't translate to fittings. So your FF&E is not covered by the 5 years, your structural portion of the contract that is covered by the 5 years. So when things break, like a toilet seat, it's not covered. But the structure of the building, everything, it's a substantive part of the building, has got a 5-year warranty that the builder is liable to the developer and the utilities.
So who drafted, who agreed to the lease there? Because so you signed the lease with the Western Cape government?
No, it's a purchase, it's a development agreement, it's not a lease agreement.
Yeah, and so you purchased with the government, the provincial government?
No, the agent of the provincial government who has been allocated.
So who signed with you? You are signing with who there?
We signed with a company called the developer that was appointed by province. So that is the company that we then signed the development agreement with. That is negotiated. They appointed the builder that then builds, and they hold the builder accountable. We appoint a quality assurance person to look at quality assurance. And so that's what the contract sets up.
When I asked that, I said, you signed with the developer, you said no. It was part of the deal, but those people were giving me land, so it was the provincial government. Because I was asking you a question, and the question that I had asked was, in the agreement that we signed with the developer, and you said, no, we signed with them, it was a package. The people were giving us land, the government, the provincial government, they came with these people. So maybe let's start that, so that we're on the same page. You signed with the developer, and in that contract that you signed with the developer, it only had structural defects on guarantees and not that they will build something that is in line with the DHET norms and standards.
Chair, thank you for that. No, everything that's built is built according to the DHET minimum standard. That is a particular part of the agreement. It's a substantive part of the agreement. I was referencing earlier, and we did sign with the developer. And what I said is we didn't go out to tender because we could not, because it was a package deal with the province. However, the contract with the developer, which I'm saying is the development agreement, as with the purchase portion, we purchase the land, they develop, and then we purchase and pay for the building and get the finance. That contract, they are still liable via, and it translates down to their builder for a period of 5 years of all structure, which is the building, the walls, anything goes wrong with the structure of the building. Issues like the fittings and fixtures is not covered for the 5 years, like toilets, etc. Yeah. So when there is a problem, a major problem, this example said it's a major problem.
So plumbing there falls part of the structure.
Yeah, so it's a major structural problem. We would have a claim against the developer. We still look in the 5-year period.
So the water that, because we're told that there's a water problem coming, that's not part of the structure.
Yeah, unfortunately, the water problem flows from, because they built an entire township. So you will notice there's first housing, there's the, on the other side, the various other buildings. They all take pressure on the water. So there's not enough pressure, which is a City of Cape Town issue. To resolve that issue, we've already appointed engineers that came up with a solution to resolve that at our cost. And not at the developer, because this is something that they don't guarantee the pressure that comes with the City of Cape Town. The developer doesn't guarantee that. So either we have to challenge the City of Cape Town, which is unlikely to resolve this issue, or we have to fix the problem ourselves. So that aspect is not part of the problem.
And you as the when the contract, let me for this contract will be very problematic from the beginning, and I'll tell you why it's so true. So when you had a handover, you got your occupancy certificate and everything else, right? Was everything else in order, legal? On the handover report, you had your occupancy, because when you signed the contract, I'm assuming you would have said we'll only pay when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there, including the certificates of occupancy. I'm saying this one was there, and that's on the record.
That is correct. We checked, and we had also external, independent experts also looking at this, advising us on this, to make sure that the building at the stage where it was handed over is compliant. So all certifications had to be presented before we place our students.
And was it you or who was in charge of this procuring of this building? Was it Mama Diva or Dr. Riba?
It was before Professor Madiba's time, and I was engaging with together with the developer at the time.
Because you was engaging.
Yeah, and we had a committee, so it's including the former DVC as well.
Yeah. Okay. This one. I'm not sure that this is just this one.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe just to get an understanding, we're not people of engineering, unfortunately. So when there's mold, legally, when there's mold, you mentioned that you have a 5-year guarantee or guarantee for structural default. So if the building takes in mold, that's a structural problem, or what do you call it? Because on the first floor, in fact, it was reported that a number of rooms has an issue of mold, which means it's taking in moisture through the building or through the walls. What do you call that?
Thank you. The mold is not a structural issue. It's normally linked to ventilation or just not opening a window of the showering. So there are various reasons why there will be mold, but in most cases, it will be linked to ventilation and the ventilation system.
So ventilation is not part of the building. So if you build this building here, ventilation would be done externally or is done as part of building the building?
No, the HVAC process is part and parcel of the building. So your construction of whatever building, you'll have much like electricity and plumbing. HVAC is an integral part of any building project. It's not outside. So it is part of the functions of the building. Although it's not part of the superstructure, but it's part of the functions, like electricity.
Yeah, so you're confusing. So there we're speaking about a room, not a toilet, or a room where students sleep. There's issues of mold that we saw there. Now, I'm asking you, is that part of what you say is a guarantee of structural defect or not? You're telling me about moisture that can be accumulated in a room because you did not open windows. That's not the type of mold that you get in a residence. So I'm just trying to understand, what are you actually saying about the mold that we saw in the building?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I do a bit of conflicting around buildings, but I'm not an expert in but mold. But that sounds like, and I haven't seen it myself, that's ingress, which is a waterproofing issue, where water's coming from the outside into a room. That would be a waterproofing failure. If that is, that's about it. So that would be, again, the painting on the outside has to be properly waterproof, so that water somehow getting into a room, just not a shower or a bathroom. So we have to appoint, and I believe that the Executive Director of Finance has stated that we have to do that. We do have a solution for that presented, but in terms of
when you have a flat roof, so I hire you to build me a house. And I tell you I want a flat roof. When you hand over the house to me, that either black or red cover that you put on top of the flat roof, is it not part of the structure on the record?
The roof is certainly part of the structure.
So if water comes through the roof and enters a room downstairs, how is that a waterproofing issue or a paint issue? When water can come from nowhere except from up there.
Chair, a flat roof by definition have a waterproofing installation, and the waterproofing, a cracking waterproofing enforced the defend of the roof itself. We have, and I just looked at the contract, and I'm reading from the contract. Clause 22.1.1, defect in the roof of the building that is reported to the developer in writing within 1 year from the work's completion of the relevant building, or if no significant rain falls within the first year, within 30 days after the first occasion, when more than 40 millimeters of rain falls within 7-hour period, whichever is later, and then major defect in structure and is reported to the developer by the university in 15 years of work completion of the relevant building and then I'm referencing 22, which deals then with latent defects. So when you take a building, you might not know there's a crack in the waterproofing. You only find it out in the first rain, or the first 3 rains arrive. You then report it, but we've got 5 years in terms of the contract to report this to the developer and for the developer to attend it if it is a structural problem, if it is a waterproofing. Increase from the side of the building, which is normal painting, would it be covered? But the roofing, certainly 100% would be covered.
Who did you hire was doing that? Was it quality assurance?
I think there is.
So you had a quality assurance?
We had a quantity surveyor. I'm not sure what exactly their price might know. We appointed a professional team that had oversight over this. Council was also involved. It was a big project. Because
let's talk about what we paid for.
Yeah,
institution.
Correct. So
what did we pay for? Quantity survey.
Just to look at, there was like our own personal agent type person that would oversee and check.
And they came back and said everything was fine.
Everything is. Then also we had a quality assurance company that was also on site to observe and not interfere with the work. So remember, we are the client in this scenario. We've got a developer, and the developer has got a build, let's say it's group 5, it wasn't. And the builder will involve, the developer also builder come, we sit back, you're a client, but we had sort of oversight. We appointed experts to have oversight on this project. They gave reports to us, all good. Only once everything was done and the city of Cape Town signed off the certifications, did we accept it. There's also financing here, and also the finances also want certain guarantees in place. So we did not place any stools until we had assurance from our expert advisors, as well as the city of Cape Town, that there was compliance and that we can place stools.
Yeah, mentioning city of Cape Town only happened because these developers are appointed by city of Cape Town, so not the province or by Western Cape. Yeah, it's the same thing. So we pay people to make sure that we get what we're paying for. That's the bottom line. The quality assurer, whoever, we pay them salaries. And the contract we give them is that you go and make sure that this developer gives me what I paid for. One, I paid for a cement of 130. They can't bring 125. The strength of the cement, for an example. The pillars that they use should be 50 millimeters instead of 25 millimeters, right? And I'm asking you, obviously, when you enter there, they would have plastered that they won't see it, you. But you have paid somebody to observe this thing, right? And when you come and look at this, you won't see the pillar that has been used here, or that, I forgot what they call it, construction, that holds this thing. Beam. The beam. Yeah, that thing is 15 millimeters or 25 millimeters. You won't see it. It was now plastered. And you won't see the weakness or the strength of it until there's floods, for an example. You won't see them until there's floods. Floods may come after 7 years. So you are saying to me, you signed a contract with this developer with the specific details and did not cover the institution that should there be a structural problem, even if it's after 5 years, where you give a guarantee. And if we find that you used what we do not agree on, maybe you used the blank. What is the blank? Blank. So that's inside. So then we can't do anything to these people. That's the list that you're telling us to sign.
So that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm specifically not saying. I'm saying we've got a 5-year patent guarantee in the contract, which means if something that you cannot see on day one, which is called a snag list, when you go on day one and you walk about and see what the naked eye can see, you then will have a 90-day period to fix that. What you cannot see because it was covered by plaster or something, you've got 5 years to claim for those defects. So our defects for 5 years are normally of big issues. That's still, we're within the 5-year period. We can still claim if there are defects there. We also have engineers, so the engineering report will deal with beams. If you're using the incorrect beam, a wooden beam as opposed to a concrete beam, the City of Cape Town, as well as the engineer who signs off the certificate, cannot, and you can sue the engineer. They have a PI insurance for the engineer that signs off something that's not correct. We have a claim against them if they sign off it. So all the insurances were in place. The 5-year warranty, we are still within the 5-year defects liability period. We can take actions against the developer. And also, as the SRC president in their report mentions, we are looking at further projects with this very same developer. So if they don't fix what our experts say is wrong,
These developers that did that job.
Same Brexit, same.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
So we still have our rights for 5 years to take action against the developer. We're well within the 5 years.
Yeah.
We've had big rains now. Whatever is wrong, and our engineers or our experts say this is wrong and it's linked to the original build, the developer remains liable for 5 years.
Yeah, department, I think we must do our oversight that there's no way we should have the university continuing work with this developer. You know, we come from that building ourselves. It's not true that those things are because students don't open windows. It's not true. That thing it's not true. So you must do a better oversight. Let's give honorable source. Honorable source. Honorable source.
Thank you, Chair.
20%.
All right. I'm going to try and be very quick. I do note that the target for colored South Africans has been exceeded by 0.5%, I think it is. I must explain my thought pattern with regard to equity. Ours is my fight, my organization's fight, where we come from, is transformation, racial transformation, is to seek to achieve a balance of all races, to consider all classified races in our country as African in particular. That's really the fight. Where we are now, of course, that's not how it operates. You have equity and divide different races classified as black African, colored, Indian, and white. White female is considered previously disadvantaged. So white female is basically also considered or prioritized above a white male, etc. So I understand those dynamics. So we're going to use the current model that you use as the framework of my questioning. So I think this question will be directed to IF, right? So which occupational level are the majority colored employees employed in? Majority of them.
Thank you, Chair. So as I reported, the categories that we have: top, senior, middle management, technical qualified, and so on. So the majority of our staff are in the middle management, so which is the technical qualified and skilled. So that's where we find the majority of our current employees in that category. And obviously, it's not by default, it is because of where we are operating. And it's easier for us to get those skills and to get those individuals appointed.
Yes, you're using very nice English, but the point is, you are saying that what you're presenting to us as having matched the demographic of colored South Africans being the majority in the Western Cape, that even though the number is, you reached your target of having the majority, however, that majority is on the lower occupational level. That's where they are really saturated. And so the same commitment for achieving that target is not in top management level. So I'm saying to you, noticing that detail doesn't change the fact. All you're telling me is on lower level, you have majority of colored people. Whereas there needs to be the same in top management level too. You see my concern?
I hear you very well. The point of the matter says that middle and qualified technical skilled people are not junior. And I think we need to agree on that. And they are not elementary levels, which is the lowest in terms of the structured way of reporting, which gives us an indication of where we can be in terms of their level of education. So we still consider them as reasonable senior in those areas. I can mention to you what in relation to our erroneous rate, as well as in terms of our rates, that those individuals, you talk about the academic level, you'll find them, again, in terms of senior lecturers, assistant professors, as well as professors, full professors. I'm talking about the ranks on the academic side. Those are the senior people in the academic environment. Because they are responsible for knowledge generation, they are responsible for learning and teaching and research.
Okay.
And they play a very critical role. So they are not me. And similarly, if you look in terms of the enrollment rate, which now I'm referring to the professional, administrative staff who are non-academic trained, they also occupy a very significant role in our environment as directors, as well as deputy directors, as well as senior managers who are technically equipped and playing a very critical role in our environment. So they are not generalized. Thank you.
I disagree with you. But what we'll do is, I'll entertain your position. And by entertaining, I mean, let's delve deeper into it. And let's see, based on what you've given to us, whether that is actually true. So I'm going to put the question to you this way. So why don't you want Black African and colored African deans?
I think my head may be incorrect. Currently, the deans...
No, it's not based on what I've heard. I'm looking at your presentation, your slide. The slide that breaks down what racial group you are targeting for deans. And your target for Black Africans and colored African males especially is 0. So my question then, if your target is 0, then you are telling me when I look at your presentation that you are not looking for Black African deans and Black African colored male deans. I'm asking you why.
It's a very good question because it's something that we should are very with. But let me explain in terms of how we recruit.
Sir, just because of my time, that's the reason why I said to you I disagree with you. But your assumption was that we didn't delve deeper. That's the reason why I made the statement at the beginning. So if you had the posture of saying what you're doing now, to say it's a good question, you look into it, different story. But what I'm saying to you, and I'm submitting to you, that your presentation tells me officially you do not target or want or intend to have Black African and colored African deans. That's what your presentation says. Am I interpreting your presentation accurately?
Where I would perhaps let me put it this way, respectfully disagree with you, is that we are not intending to change the program, but we are. But let me just give you a brief history.
Please break that down.
Let me give you a history.
No, I'm slow. I'm slow. Break down the statement you just made. You are not intending. Just break that down for me. I'm very slow. You are not intending to.
Okay, I'm going to use my language, which will not use yours, because I was responding to you. What you were saying.
Okay,
let's see that we're not delivering.
Let's rather do this.
In terms of
Let's do this so that we can progress.
Yeah.
Go to your slide, the one that breaks down the demographics. At under occupation level, it says senior management in brackets deans. Are you there? When you say target under Black African is 0 and under colored African male is 0. Am I correct to interpret that to mean you are not looking for black African and colored African deeds? That is the question.
Your interpretation is correct if we say it's a target. Because the target means that we must aim to achieve that. So if people say that it is 0, it means we have to correct that.
Is it not a target?
Look, in most instances, targets are based in terms of the reality. So you don't have to come back and ask for something that you know that you are not going to achieve.
Sir, is it a target?
It is, let me explain in terms of how we operate.
Chair, you have to help me here. Chair, you must help me, just because of my time. Targets here, my understanding is it means the percentage that you want to achieve or attain. If you say 0, you are telling me this demographic, this racial group, we're not looking to get them. Is my understanding correct or not? Because we moving, and I'm not trying to frustrate the process. So I just need you to give direction here so that we move on.
You are 100% correct. What is the HR, what is your understanding of a target?
It's something that you want to achieve in a specific period of time.
Yes.
And it is based in terms of the realities. So if you have individuals
Get closer to the mic.
So if you have individuals that are appointed for a fixed period of 5 years, you cannot push them out. Particularly those, so our implementation plans, they run for a period of 5 years. And in most instances, are people who are on renewed contracts, because every appointment that we have here is for a period of 5 years with an option of renewal for another 5 years. So in most instances, we don't tell people who are performing, who are doing a great job, that we want to wish them out or to exit them. Because why? We want to achieve employability. Because it will be against the spirit of employability. Because the spirit of employability says you are not going to create jobs in order to be able to create opportunities for black people. You don't do that. You are not going to be dismissing or retrenching people in order to achieve employability. That would be a wrong spirit of employability. Employability says use realistic, achievable targets based in terms of attrition and opportunities that are going to be presented to you. That's what employability says. It does not say you're going to dismiss, retrench in order to achieve, because that would be the bad spirit of employability. What we do as a university, we appoint people on a fixed term contract of 5 years. So when we prepare the next plan of 5 years, in mind, we still have the kind of view that these individuals who are occupying those positions are capable, are competent, and they are suitable to still carry into the next 5 years. So we're not going to wish them away. Otherwise, you'll be undermining your operational effectiveness. You'll also be undermining also. You'll be undermining what is it that you want to achieve in the next 5 years.
What was my question?
Yeah.
What was my question? What was my question?
If you can rephrase your question, please.
Yeah, you see the problem, and I told you earlier, the problem is you want to assume that we don't know what we are asking. And you want to lecture us on things we have not asked you. Concentrate on what these members are not stupid. They are not asking you because they don't know what they are talking about.
With due respect, I don't intend to affect this topic. I'm trying to assist this topic. It is my problem.
So I've now listened to you. When I've listened to you answer a question you have not asked you.
The question is, what is your understanding of plans or targets? When the university says I've got annual performance plan, what is your understanding of it? And put it into context in what Honorable Souls is asking. That is the question. Honorable Souls is not asking you now to explain what is affirmative action. I'm not asking you about those things. It's asking you about targets. And the reason he went back to what is your understanding was because we are drifting away from what he was asking. So let's start that question. So it's continue. You will answer.
Thank you, Chair. All right. Let me entertain the thought pattern. Looking at the same slide, just very briefly, do you agree that, I'm going to take a very different angle now to get to this point. Do you agree that white African females are considered part of previously disadvantaged, part of the previously disadvantaged category within the employment equity environment? Do you agree? For the record, sir, do you agree?
Bring the mic closer to you so that we can hear you.
I'm going to respond, Chair. Let me answer again. Doctor's expression falls.
Please bring our meeting is being recorded. We want to hear you clearly, so take the mic closer to you. See how far mine came towards me. Please take, and Honorable Souls, please take your mic closer to yourself so that we can hear you correctly and clearly.
Honorable Souls, can you hear me?
So you are refusing to, I'm telling you, are recording this meeting. You see, your arrogance is going to really cause problems for us. Your arrogance is going to cause problems for us. We are asking you because we are recording this meeting. And now you want us to have a back and forth. Please respect us. We've shown you nothing but respect so far. But you want to take it out of, you want us to really lose our cool. We don't want to. We're not afraid to do it. We don't want to. Please. I said when I started here, this is a plenary of parliament. We're just using your venue. There are benefits of coming to our meetings, but we also have certain powers that we can utilize to show you that you can't disrespect parliament the way you want to disrespect us. Honorable Souls has got simple questions to you. Please answer.
So, I'll repeat again. In terms of the employment equity environment that you have now explained to us, is white South African females considered in the category of previously disadvantaged? Yes or no?
Yes, they are historical disadvantaged.
Now, taking a very fast turn to get to this point, if that's the case, why are you preferring a foreign national being as a target over a white South African female? Then, under these, you go to white, your target. White female, 0. Foreign national female, 1.
Can I respond? So, we advertise positions and we state in those adverts what are the requirements for the job and formal qualifications as well as the technical and operational skills that are required for that position. And we publicize it and we invite applicants to apply. So we'll receive applicants, and based in terms of those applicants that we received, we'll look in terms of what our employability requires us in order to achieve. So if we don't find a white applicant for that position, we do another search. And in most instances, we even appoint an agency to be able to assist us. But if we don't get, then we'll deal with people that have applied, who are calling us as suitable qualified, and they meet the requirements of the job, and they can, to an extent, even assist us in a broader context of our plan to change the profile. And it is in that context that we appoint people and not appoint others.
Yeah, that's inaccurate. If I look at your presentation, you would not do an advert for a white South African female. Do you know why? Because you are not targeting to reach a white South African female. Your target is zero for them. You would draft and craft your advert for a foreign national because you have a target to attain, an EE target. I'm saying to you, you are prioritizing a foreign national female as a target over and above. Just as an example, based on your table, a white South African female. And I'm just using the white South African female to show you the extreme, that this community is not about we focus on one race, we are about South Africans. Similar, if you don't target the white South African female, you're then also not targeting a black African male as a dean. So what you've essentially done there is tell us, and this is my last attempt, Chair, what UWC has done in terms of equity, which is my problem, they have targeted to reach one foreign national female. That was their target. Then they achieved the target. Then they report to us, we've achieved our target for a foreign national. And then further tell us, we did not target to reach an African male, a colored African. Because the target is zero. Now I'm asking, in terms of the EV policy, is that correct?
Let me explain. It's not correct to set targets for foreign nationals.
Yes, now that's why I want us to stop. And that's the point I'm making. It is not correct to set a target like that over and above South African citizens. And when you give me, someone who's a third person, a piece of paper, sir, I don't understand the environment you operate in. All I read is that why are you not targeting black African males? Why are you not targeting colored South African males? Why are you targeting intentionally foreign nationals over South Africa? Do you understand the issue?
Chair, I understand it fully. And somebody was also involved in the drafting of the Employability Act. I know that very well. Secondly, I appeal to you to to accept the explanation that I'm giving. When there has been an appointment that has been done in the past, and we are moving to the next in terms of a new plan, we take into consideration who is in that position, and when we do the planning. So we would wish away that individual and say, we are going to dismiss that because we are appointing a kind of thing. And we still use that number.
Yes,
for the next one.
But that's not what I am saying. I'm not saying return someone to fulfill the target. I'm saying that the fact that you went out to look for a foreign national over a white South African female and a black African male and a colored African male, the fact that you targeted in the beginning, you say now to me, that person is there already, so therefore you put the target. Am I correct in my understanding?
Honorable Souls, you're 100%.
Yes, now I'm saying
it's a mistake that was made before, but you cannot dismiss that person. Because that person who might be
is finally making progress. Now you say it's a mistake that was made. I'm pointing out the mistake. And I'm saying, such is a grave mistake that impacts South Africans that qualifies.
100% agree.
Sorry?
I 100% agree with that.
You should have done that earlier.
Or well, I needed to explain.
And your position now is incorrect. And that's what I was trying to say to you earlier, and we had to move all the way to get to this point. Okay. Change your approach to equity. Prioritize South Africans. All right. So I don't know where I am in my time now.
It's finished. Give 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
I stopped it.
All right. Okay, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to use 2 minutes there not to question. I'm going to do 2 minutes just to say, DVC, we went to the site visit we did. There's one boy, there's 2 boys in UWC. There's a section there where there's 2 boilers, and all the students have to use their 2 boilers for hot water. They cannot use kettles because when they use the kettles, apparently it then trips the whole thing. If that is true, it breaks my heart because I grew up in a place called Kliptown where we had to use a communal tap. And you had to go and walk and go get water. It is unbecoming that just for hot water, a student has to literally walk a stretch to get to a boiler that oftentimes doesn't work. We saw the distance. I actually walked the distance. Please change that as a matter of urgency. How that changes is they should be able to use their kettles. The fire alarm in one of the, also at UWC, there was a section where after every 10 minutes, we stood there, after every 10 minutes, the fire alarm goes off. The sensor for, if there's a fire, it goes off. So imagine a student has to study and then boom, everything goes off. Every 10 minutes. Please fix that. I wish we could talk about it, but my time is up. We'll do it at the next session. The security insourcing element. You are paying more to private security companies where if you insource, you can then individually pay employees as securities. I am informing you that that's what I'm going to look into deeply as something that is viable for the varsity. Then your precinct manager, Ms. Yonela, there's an allegation that she says you will not engage with students. Please look into that because it's obviously not correct that she does not engage with students, if that is true. DVC, we have a minute for the record, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. VC, you have a professor here, Professor Morris Sokonte, foreign national. We engaged you privately for a year, since last year, April. It's exactly a year now. Since last year, April. It is alleged this man drove into a retired reservist's car, this professor. It is alleged that he was drunk on the day, he drove into the car, and then is in hiding since. He wrote his name incorrectly at SEPS on the day. We then reached out to the university. You said you don't have an employee like that. We just used the name that was on the record. You said you don't have an employee like that. We then went, and by the way, your response officially, VC, it's in your name. So I received a letter from you, my office received a letter from you. And we then had to go check. And we found a name closer to that name, and we found that he's a professor here at UWC. I feel you should have done that. Then we get back to you and we say, okay, here's the correct name. Can you facilitate a meeting so that we give this gentleman a right of reply? Because the man we bumped into can't find him. He then write back to us and say, you've told him, but there's nothing further you can do because of the Papaya Act, etc. It involves the university if it's a professor at this university that is not taking accountability. It hampers the image of UWC. We try to facilitate that matter so that we manage it privately, we deal with it properly. You didn't respond accordingly, and therefore we're sitting here now and we need to address it in public. Do I have your commitment that we can talk in detail and have Professor Tokonte come forward, give him a right of reply, and then if he's responsible, we deal with it accordingly. Do I have your commitment, BC?
Can look into it.
Sorry, BC.
We will look into it.
Thank you. Last one, Council Chair. In 2024, is it true that there was an appointment of a person who came second in an interview process, white male, and the person who came first in the interview process was a black African woman, and the one who came second received the appointment over and above her, and then there was a private settlement when she went to the legal process, and she was then paid privately and it was not made public. Is that allegation true? Please be careful to answer accurately because we do have information.
Thank you, Mr. Salt, for the question. Yes, it is true. The part I'm not sure about is the private settlement, but it is true that in fact there was a process that was followed where the first candidate, due to certain factors, was not appointed, and that was after a thorough conversation or discussion at council at the time. And council then made a decision to go with the second preferred candidate.
Chair, we look deeper into that, determine whether it was right or wrong. Thank you so much.
Yeah. If we can put that slide back on the HR gentleman to be confirmed. What is your understanding of a target? When we say this is what we're targeting, what does that mean? Chair, please close on that.
is a numerical figure.
Please, Professor Mark.
A target is a numerical figure that you put into a plan, what we refer to in most senses as an employment equity plan, in order to achieve that numerical figure at a specific time. So a target would be, in most instances, for a year. So it's a year.
So a target, in simple terms, that may help you, is something that you put to achieve in that particular year, that you wish to achieve in that particular year. Okay, thanks.
You're 100% correct.
Okay. So in this slide, in your sober analysis, as an institution, you had planned to recruit one female foreign national as a team. That was the wish, right? That was what you were wishing for.
So what I'll also correct you, the use of term recruiting. I'll say to you also retain, instead of recruiting, retain in the next 5 years. So target, you retain a kind of figure that is assisting you in terms of your plan. It's not only about recruitment, it's also about retention.
And put this into context with a slide that you had before, where you indicate that you are overpopulated with the foreigners, foreign nationals, in terms of your targets. Is that correct?
It's not correct, Rich.
What is correct?
It's correct that we have a significant number in certain portfolios, but we are not overpopulated.
In terms of your targets?
There are categories of our employment where we do see a significant number, but not an overpopulation, but a significant number of foreign nationals. But they are not in any way overpopulated. Yeah.
So there's no slide. I'm trying to open it so that at least there's a slide that has 169. Please put it there. Yes, this slide. What does it say? It says the percentage of 7.8 is what? What is that?
The current,
press the button.
Sorry, my apology for that. Is the current number of foreign nationals. That's the figure.
Yes.
Of, yeah, foreign
What
nationals.
is the one that says year one target? The 7.14, what does it mean?
It says the year target. In other words, ideally, this should be the number that we want to keep for foreign nationals. Yeah.
Now, so this target is lower than the current. Is that correct?
So the percentage of the current workforce share is 7.83. The target.
We can read. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question. Does this thing mean the target is lower?
No, it says we have exceeded.
No.
It is positive.
So you have exceeded. You have more.
We've got more.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you are denying. Why did we come to this? So you are agreeing that you have got more. You are overpopulated. You may not like the words. You are overpopulated. That's why we came here. Do you agree or you don't agree?
It is a concern that they also share. Let me.
No. We don't have the whole.
Would you allow me to
No.
what I'm saying?
Answer my question. If you have answered my question, I'll give you time to speak. But you can't want to answer me the way you want to. My question was very simple. The reason I came to this slide was because we're denying that we're overpopulated. Now we agree this test shows you that we're overpopulated. Do you agree or you don't?
Perhaps for the sake of progress, let me say, I share the view with you that we should not have a big significant number of foreign nationals.
No.
But I would
That's not what view. Whose views is that? Don't say it's my view. I've never said so. When did I say so?
I agree with your expression.
Which says what?
Who says that there's a bigger number of foreign nationals?
Yeah. So let's go back to that.
With the term overpopulation.
So you don't like that word?
It's not that I don't like it.
Okay.
As a legal person, I would have.
You are oversubscribed.
Yeah, can agree to that.
That's good. Let's go back to the previous slide. So you agree that you're oversubscribed with our brothers and sisters from the diaspora and the world, or oversubscribed. Then make it make sense to me. Why would you then, when you know you're oversubscribed, put a target of having more foreign nationals in your plans? How does it make sense?
So the fact that they are put in the plan, let me explain it again. It is not correct to set targets for foreign nationals. So there's, in terms of this, it's just a recording of a number.
Okay, so you're just saying this is a tick-box exercise. You're just putting numbers there.
The EA4, which is a regulatory form that requires us to report to the Department of Labor annual in terms of progress that we're making, has a column there for foreign nationals.
Yes.
So we are not ticking the box.
No.
We're informing the Department of Labor in terms of how many foreign nationals are employed.
But that's not a target. I'm talking about a target. Don't teach us about things we know. I'm talking specifically about a target. Why would you put a target of adding or retaining when your overall target is that you must reduce to this number? That's what this whole thing is. You're telling me it's just a number. Why did you put, what was the thought process in putting something like that there?
Chair, I think what we're now suggesting is that perhaps we need to negotiate with the Department of Labor.
No, the Department of Labor does not force you to have targets.
No, I'm saying to remove that column so that we don't have that column.
No, the column should be there of how many you have. My question here, maybe you, and I know this is not, I know I said I come from a township school, but this is not a township school English. It's either your comprehension or it's an act. Now let's put it differently. If you don't want, if you are going to play these games, want to ask somebody the same question, to hear if they're hearing me, and I know they're hearing me. I'm making an example. You are a school principal. In your school, you've got 1,000 students. You have 600 boys and 400 girls. Your target is that you want to have 500 girls and 500 boys. At the end of this year, you've got 100 that are graduating. So you are expecting 100 to come in January to balance them to have 1,000. But we have, out of the 100 that are graduating, You have 60 boys and 40 girls. No, 60 girls and 40 boys that are leaving the school. So the difference is 20. And we've got, then we have a difference of 180. Boys more. We have not brought in people. We have 180 boys more than girls. When you say, this is my target, what must be what you do out of what you need? I'm not going to say I'm going to get more girls. It's an advert. I need 80 girls and 20 boys for this year. For 70 days or 60 foot. Why would you put a target that says I want 60 boys and want to close the gap? How is that? How does that make sense to you? I'll give you this thing, and I want you to answer.
The university does not sit and compile and prepare targets for foreign nationals. It does not do.
So that one that is there, what is it?
It reflects who that person is in that position in terms of our categories as stated in this one. So we are not going to ignore that there is somebody who's occupying that.
So why is it under category of targets?
It's because it is reflected in terms of the statutory regulations, which is the form that we have. Hence I was saying to you, which I know we're not going to agree, let's remove the foreign nationals from this form, and then it makes sense.
Please help us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The way it is framed at present, I think, is misleading. You are correct. It cannot be a target.
Thank you. Because I asked intentionally what is the understanding of a target. A target is something that you plan to do. It's a target. So thank you very much.
And we will look into that.
Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe on this one, I just want the gentleman responsible for HR to confirm that this form, as it is, comes directly from the Department of Labor, so that when we meet with them, we are able to interrogate it. Because definitely, I mean, we haven't even gotten to a point where we interrogate if this is these services that are being offered here are scarce skills, as per the relevant legislation regarding foreign nationals. We haven't even gotten to that part. We are just now merely debating if they must be part of our targets. And sorry, your surname again, my good sir.
Makita.
Your surname?
Makita.
Makita.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Makita, responsible for HR, says that the Department of Labor gives you a form of this nature. And in that form, you must target to get a certain number of foreign nationals. So I just want you to confirm that on record, so that when we interrogate it, we know that the Department of Labor says that in your targets, you must have foreign nationals.
Sure, the Department of Labor does not require us to set targets for foreign nationals. That is incorrect.
Yeah, but in your whole argument, you've been saying it's the Department of Labor that we must rather remove that from that list, because it's the Department of Labor that says it must be like that. You got that framework from the Department of Labor. So that is our whole debate. Regardless of what the Vice Chancellor is saying in terms of intervention, you have been sticking to your argument, saying it is the Department of Labor that has done this framework or this form to have a target. Because the chair was debating the fact that it is incorrect for you to have a target of having foreign nationals into the system, even more than the number that is already there in the system now. So I'm sure to some degree you would have lost the argument, unless, Chair, I'm misinterpreting your views. But what I've picked up is that you are defending the fact that you have a target there and you attribute it to the Department of Labor.
Chair, this is called EA form. is a statutory form. That is, which is part of the regulations of the Department of Labor. Therefore, the caller for foreign nationals, you can go to their website and download EA form. You'll see there's a column for foreign nationals there in that form. Okay. So it's not a form of UWC.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, check. Yeah, so VC, I mean, I really am interested on this. Can we have in writing from, I'm sorry, my good brother, Makita, in writing, you confirming that statutory form you are referring to has in it that you must have targets. We're not debating the form that you must report on your current capacity as it relates to foreign nationals. We are arguing that in terms of you can't be targeting, which you agreed to, Honorable Souls, when you said you should not be targeting foreign nationals. So that is the basis of our argument. But you still say you are attributing this to the Department of Labor. So you're contradicting yourself. We are debating and arguing that you should not have targets of foreign nationals. We haven't even discussed if they're offering scarce skill or not, which is the major the basis of our argument in the sector as things stands. But we're merely just arguing about if the form of the Department of Labor says you must have a target, there is a foreign national. So I do not know how you attribute the form to Department of Labor and the target thereof. I'm not sure where we're missing each other, and you also missed the chair as well. So let us not stick to that. If you could just, if you do understand the question, if you don't, just consult, I won't say hindsight because you might not have access, but you can, we have this on record, so it's going to be on YouTube. You can just go there and listen to our questions again. Probably you'll comprehend, then you can give us in writing. Maybe I'm going to start, Vice Chancellor, where I wanted to start initially before, our engagement became a little bit unfriendly. I wanted to commend the good work that you would have done for meeting your academic performance at a rate of or percentage of 85.7 in 2024, which you have reported that it exceeds your established targets. Because I think we have issues of targets, but your established targets would have been exceeded. We want to commend you, Vice Chancellor, and your team, even including the DVC for academic. And I also would want to commend the clean audit outcomes for 2023 as well as 2024. It's very commendable, but particularly the core business of the institution, which is teaching and learning. This is what we want to see in an institution. But maybe lastly, in terms of uploading things that appear in the presentation to be very good, I would also want to applaud your gender representation as it relates to transformation. I mean, I saw that even the employment equity and gender transformation, I mean, the Commission for Gender Equality actually would have commended your transformationary approach as it relates to gender representation, which I think is very, very commendable. But I think on the flip side, I would really be interested to know, again, on another part of the Commission of Gender Equality, where it reported serious concerns as it relates to child counsel, sexual harassment, violence, particularly affecting students or female students in vulnerable groups. So the report, I think, further highlights that you have weak enforcement policies, you have limited awareness among students and staff, you have inconsistent handling of complaints and grievances. I think these would be clear points which would have been outlined to yourselves. So I'm not sure who is going to be responsible for this question. Perhaps TVC student support and development, you would want to come in first, in as far as how far you've went in terms of looking at the report and the points that have been highlighted by the gender equality, the Commission for Gender Equality. Those 3 points, I think it would have been 2023, 2024, I don't remember when the report was given to you. What have you done in terms of enforcement of that? And obviously noting that we've engaged students and there is a serious outcry as it relates to sexual harassment in those residences that we went to, particularly the ones that you own here. What is it called again? The residences, undeveloped residences, yeah. So, having that in mind, what have you done to address these concerns from the Commission for Gender Equality?
As an agreement now, the residence services managers have an agreement with the Gender Equity Unit in the university to run training on an ongoing basis around issues of gender and anti-gender-based violence and related practices, including the understanding of the regulations, but also our institutional regulations. So there is that program that is now being rolled out, alongside our procedures for reporting and for following through with the incidents happening with the proctor. And we still need to see whether our students are showing confidence in the systems that we've put in place, especially in terms of reporting. Because at times when reporting is low, it might not be that the incidents are low, but it might be that people don't have confidence in your systems. So we are working also to make sure that reported cases go through the full spectrum of the procedures until an outcome is achieved.
Yeah, no, thanks, DVC. Though perhaps let me allow the SRC to comment on this. I did say DVC, while you are responding, you must take note that we were engaging students, and this is their outcry. So if you are telling me things that have been already reported by the Commission for Gender Equity as weaknesses, you first said there's an agreement, then later in your submission you say there's something that is being rolled out, but you have not done any measurement, or there's no yardstick to measure if what you are saying is effective as yet. Perhaps SRC President and SG, if you could just comment on this, because this one is very crucial. Because maybe as you take the mic, President or SG, TBC, the student said there that because of your issues of laundromat that does not work, or washing machines and dryers that don't work, the female students normally go there late or early in the morning, where they are prone to sexual harassment, where boys can corner them there. That's what they were telling us. So I would really be interested to know if what you are saying is what is happening. SRC President, as you take the mic, so that I come back to the TVC.
Just clear that, no, it's not true. I think we need to understand two things. One, there is a reported case, right? And I would assume that the institution would work on stats. The way you determine stats is if something is important. But the lived reality is that there are some students who are also anxious and are unable to even report cases because of the traumatic experiences. So I would say that perhaps they might be reporting, the TVC might be reporting on stats. But even in those stats that we've received, at least from UWC and compliance, they are not impressive at all. These are most recent stats. And yes, it is true that there are instances of robbery, sexual harassment, sexual assault that happen both internally within the residence and externally. So it is a major concern. I have not been finished with the full contextual report on it. All I know is that the stats are there, they're recent, they're not impressive at all. And beyond that, one must understand that there are cases where students have not reported them.
Thanks, President. TVC, there are simple measures. I think the chair would have expressed that at some point in our other lives we would have been student activists. Some of us would have led to the SRC Executive Council and other bodies of the institutions of higher learning, particularly universities. You did indicate that you are responsible for placement. if such cases of sexual harassment are reported, by the way, just for information, I would have done research in sexual harassment as well in my honours degree at some point. If sexual harassment cases are reported in residences and you place students, males and females, in one residence, how difficult is for you to place females only and males only if that's what they would prefer? Obviously, after engaging them or engaging with SRC, because students have told us that in that residence where they are staying at Annabelle residence, male students enter their bathrooms where they are showering and harass them, so sexually harass them as they please. And the president also indicates what you've said as well, that there would have been many cases that are underreported simply because there's no confidence in the system. So why haven't you exercised at least that aspect of either placing females only and males only and putting extra security in terms of access? Those very simple, stringent measures that ensure that at least to some degree you appear to be doing something. Why have you done nothing about this very sensitive matter of sexual harassment?
I will talk about the nothing part, but I want to start with the simple things that can be done, like having a whole floor with females and maybe a different floor with males, and not mixing them in the way that it is happening. I did engage my colleagues when I first arrived here and say, why the mix? And at that stage, the affirming answer that I got was, in their research, there is confirmation that to curb gender-based violence, it is better when there is a mix. And I think that type of engagement was also referring to a learning community, research, more of a community of practice associated with what we call AQI. These are residence managers who meet across. It's national, but it also has its international partners. So the response, when I questioned this, I was assured that it works out better this way. So I'm hearing it now that for Univel, it is a challenge. And if it is indeed, we have an opportunity of changing it into our next, as we further play.
Yeah, so TBC, if you, I don't understand the part when you say you're only hearing it now. Which part are you only hearing now? Sexual harassment cases, or that could be something that can be explored? Which part are you hearing?
The part that I'm hearing now is that our students are saying it is problematic to mix. They do not want it.
No, you see, it's part of the courses. And I'll challenge what you are saying, that there's research that says gender-based violence or sexual harassment is kept through mixing males and females. I don't believe that's correct. In fact, I would be very interested in seeing that research because it's based on research. But where I come, the university I went to, not that I know the current stats now of sexual harassment, but back in the day, all of campus residencies was male only, female only. Then there was only a section of one residence where it had also postgrad, where it was males and females. But even in terms of that particular residence, a floor would be males and floor would be females. It would make sense for privacy purposes, just generally private purposes, privacy purposes, because you can't be showering as a female and a male can enter that particular. Well, I'm subject to be corrected, but I would really be interested to get that research that you are referring to. But that was just something that I thought would be a measure that can be explored, given the reports that were given by students and the complaints that were given by students. But because it's been a very long day and quite a lot of issues which I will not be able to cover, I really wanted you, DVC and Vice Chancellor, and Job Council particularly, to really, give attention to this very, very important matter, because a lot of things happens in residences, particularly as it relates to sexual harassment, which obviously will differ from rape, being molested, and all these other issues that will actually happen, that obviously would drive a female student into a number of issues where they can be prone to suicide, where they lose confidence, where they become uncomfortable, or even be disturbed in terms of their academic performance. So I think it's an issue that you really need to give more attention to. And serious measures that will be including, will actually include the SRC in terms of how to then deal with it, so that the views of students will find expression on how they want that matter to be handled in terms of things that you explore. I'm going to spend most of my time, or the remaining time that is, to speak on the issue of the Wayne residents. I really am interested, first and foremost, to confirm certain things that would have been presented. The SRC had reported that there was an independent assessment that was done as a report to that effect that would disqualify that particular building. Could you confirm, DVC, if that was done or if that is true? And you also allow yourself, head of finance, to also confirm that if it was done. DVC, then head of finance.
It is true that we commissioned an independent company to do an assessment.
When? When was that done?
Can I just, in terms of the dates, we do have the report is dated. Can I just check if Mr. Raji has the date of his stuff?
Just a month. Yeah, a month.
Yeah.
On record.
Maybe a month, yes.
Maybe a month ago.
Yeah, a month for 3 weeks, somewhere there.
When did the building first get occupied by students?
From February, when the academic year started.
Okay, so obviously, I think you would have told us when we took the walkabout, you said that you were not part of the accreditation of the building. NSFAS did that on their own.
Can I provide more context?
No, not context. For now, I just want you to say if accreditation for the building was done by the university, because you are the one that has a lease with the building. It's not NSFAS. NSFAS has a lease with their own buildings.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but this one you have a lease with it as the university. So who did the assessment of that building?
We have a committee inside the university.
Yes.
A number of people sit on that.
Yes.
And when we have a prospective leasing, we also engage them and we share with them our standards and criteria, including the DHET norms and standards.
Okay.
So we did all that.
Did you, as the university, accredit that building as fit for purpose?
Yes.
Is that committee inclusive of the SRC? You should know this, you cannot know this.
Yes, okay. The process, my understanding of the process is, before we finalize the occupation, we involve the SRC.
That's not your question. The question is, you have a commit. That did everything else before you accredited. That's what you just said. And the question is, in that commit, you had the SRC? Yes or no?
No. It's a staff-related committee.
So in a building that must occupy students, you don't have a representation of students.
The representation comes after, because it's a long process. It comes as part of the process, but not early in the process.
When does it come?
Before occupation.
When you are doing the basement.
When
you do the basement.
Yeah, before we do.
Before you give accreditation.
Yes, before we finalize. Yes.
No, finalizing and giving accreditation is different. Before you say this building is fit for purpose and it can house students, the students that are represented by the SRC, do you go that process with the SRC that says thumbs up, we can house our students here? Is the SRC part of the process?
Yes, the SRC is included.
The SRC is part
of that process.
Chair, what I can confirm is that the SRC was included to come and inspect the building before occupancy. When the building was inspected, we had a total of 5 reports that we have sent from February until now, raising our concerns. In fact, the reason why this independent assessment report was now done was as a result of these efforts.
So, TBC, do you want to comment?
There are 2 ways, either to a specific question or I can provide a broader context.
The specific question is, the students are represented by the SRC. What did the SRC say before you allocated students that building?
They raised contestations.
Did they say continue to house our students and we are happy? Or did they say we are not happy that you allocate students?
They said we are not happy and here are the concerns.
Okay. And then you dealt with the concerns.
We continued working over the concerns because we had to establish their authenticity through a number of means, including involving our technical people.
Yeah, so when you said NSFAS accredited that building, it was not your doing, what did you mean, TBC? Because we asked you when we were there, that's what you said.
Yes. See, when a provider has a building of that nature, they seek accreditation on their own because we are not the only possible client that they might be chasing. So they have to have accreditation with NSFAS. But then when we come and say, besides all the norms and standards as UWC, there should be A, B, and C.
Yeah, so I'm going to present as if I didn't hear the response you gave us there, because it has nothing to do with the fact that that building has no lease, no contract, NSFAS, only you have a lease with it. Yeah, so you were simply running away from accounting for it. Now you are accounting for it. All right. So, upon the report, now, in fact, before the report, when you did your assessment, in fact, your team that does the assessment of buildings, what competency do they have in terms of doing the work? Do we have specialists that do the work? I mean, I went in one room there. I told you where dressed, even the chair was at rest. Unfortunately, you went to a university that I went to. The double sleeper there is equivalent to a single room where we started. And there's no toilet inside. There's no privacy in a room where there's 2 beds here, there's a toilet here, there's everything congested in that particular one room. So that cannot be the norms and standards of NSFAS that you claim accredited it. But we put that aside because it's not used NSFAS. The people that do the accreditation, that exclude the SRC, should have competencies to do the work. What competencies do they have?
Our RS services have the competency because they know the norms and standards. On the technical level, we also involved our infrastructure and engineering colleague, especially the director.
Okay, so upon what you are claiming that they have the competence and the report, is the report contradicting what you are saying, or is it complementing the work that they did in accrediting that building? What is the report saying?
Which report
The independent assessment that was done on the building.
There were a number of rooms that did not meet the DHET standards in terms of space. And there was a contestation that we've been trying to deal with because there were arguments. And this is part of the history of this building. It was originally meant for family units apartments. So a developer acquired it and converted it into student accommodation. And in the conversion, they then had spaces that they wanted to have as double rooms that ended up being too small, and spaces that in some cases ended up being too much more than what the requirements are. And they wanted to maximize their numbers. And we had a lot of discussion and pushback on that part.
So, let me say, what kind of disagreements can there be there when we're talking about nonsense standards, the sizes, or contestation is important? Because that's a standardized arrangement.
One of the arguments was their reading of the nonsense standards is it's not just the bed space, it's the whole living environment, because their setup there is more of an apartment, more than just beds, and then you have a kitchen, a shared kitchen outside, like in other residences. So there was a lot of that back and forth. But there were places where we became very clear that no two beds can exist in the space, it is too small, and about that there's no argument. You just have to take one bed and then you remain with a single room because the space does not allow.
So, is it true that the initial arrangement there was to convert it to 750 students? Okay, let's start off first. Let's start it this way. It is not contested that you accredited them whilst the place was still being renovated. Is that true?
We signed the lease. Is that what you mean? We signed the lease long before all the fittings and whatever were completed.
So when did you accredit them?
The signing of the lease is when we have an agreement that the building that we will get meet the standards, because we go through a process of talking about all the criteria and the standards that are.
You don't have the number of beds included.
We did have.
How many were these?
If my memory serves me right, it was just below 1,020.
So it was not 750.
No, but that is the history that I want to share with you.
Yeah, let's hear that.
This building first came to us in 2024, and we were supposed to have it from the beginning of 2025 as a leased building. So the first person who came had his own plan, and unfortunately when the academic year started in 2025, whatever proposal that he had and his arrangements, they fell through, and the building exchanged hands in terms of ownership and management. And we were caught in a crossfire right there when the hands were changed. So we then ended up working with a different person, the same building, and this second person brought a proposal, and we sit around the table electronically, look at how the final structure will look. So the challenge was this person fitted in dry walls to try to maximize more room. So as we were doing the final checkups, we kept on indicating where there were contradictions around space.
So DVC, did you have a contact with the first person that ultimately you changed?
No, it was still exploration.
When is it exploration and when is it fit?
When the lease is final stuff.
Yeah, so I'm asking, why had you not signed the lease before that this time?
We were still going through the motions of the process of exploring the possibility of the building. When?
No, I think legal must assist us now. Okay, so legal, please assist us. So do you sign the lease before you have the final product of what you want legally? Are you able to do that? Just assist us really on record.
Thank you, Chair. It's not unusual. We signed, if I can go just very easily, we signed numerous leases long before the building is ready. We've got contracts, Univa was one of them. We signed before we actually received the building of plans. We've also got other leases where a presentation is made, and the architects will show you beautiful images. But you bought, so but we didn't see it. We buy it based on somebody is going to build. It's not already, they must still do it. So in this matter here, the building was always owned by the current landlord, was always owned by them. There was another entity that was prepared to do it, and when we wanted to contract with that party for about 750 odd beds, they couldn't secure the lease with these very same people, the actual owners, and that deal fell through because that owners didn't sign the lease that that certified. Then the proposal was made based again on plans to the university, and we signed the lease on X number of beds that must still be built to certain standards, and if it's not built, we don't take it. So that's going to be fully compliant, otherwise we don't place our students.
So it's not the case, it's not fully compliant.
But well, according to us, it's not. I don't know if you've seen the letter that sets out in great detail why we say this building is not compliant. Not only in terms of HVAC, but also in terms of the spacing that is not compliant. Because, and if we can just take us to we had the walkabout there. If you go into the room, you can't immediately see that it's 12 square meters in the bedroom and 40 square meters, which is the standard. But so the partitioning that was placed there was not originally as per our discussions and negotiations.
But you have children or kids there. So you're saying don't sign the lease unless you're 100% sure that it's compliant.
We signed the lease 6 or 7 months before, more than 7 months before the time. So it was signed in June 2025, around about there. We only placed the students if everything was correct, and they had to provide the certificates that everything is in place. Only then we place. So it's similar to a occupation certificate. They gave us a document similar to that. And that then created pressure with our colleagues at STS when they did their walkabouts to see that everything is good. Because when they look at an empty room, but that's not what we're looking at. When the students went in, and only afterwards, from what they report out, but I was obviously not there, I don't work in the department. Then what was reported was that when they actually took a tape measure, and not just with the eye, then you see that the room is not 14 square meters. The argument and the dispute, and we are actually going to end up in court on this matter probably, because we've already given notice, we're going to have to give a second notice because we're not happy to the funders, the bank, in this case, that there's this breach before we will take further action and probably litigation. I don't want to go too much yet because I believe this is in a public forum, so I can't say too much. But we are not happy, we are not accepting, and we have put them to terms in a breach notice. There will be a further breach notice because we are self-evident that our interpretation of the model says 40 square meters is the bedroom and not the room. The interpretation is that's the room, meaning that it includes the kitchen. We say no, it's the bedroom. And that dispute will have to go its legal way. But so we are not happy, we are not accepting the interventions today, and we put them on this breach of assessment.
What were we supposed to do before we put students?
In terms of, can I proceed to this? In terms of the SDS process, the placement officers would normally go and look at the venue and before the placement is done. So I would guess I wasn't there, that they went and they looked at the empty room. But once the students get in, and as I said earlier, for 12 square meters and 40 square meters, it's not that easy to see with the naked eye. But when you take a tape measure, the data becomes...
when you work in that environment, you should know that.
I'm an attorney, so I wouldn't, but I would guess so, yes, I would agree with you, yes, that well, if someone has experience in a particular field, one would expect that they would have some experience.
Okay. VC. it will be pointless to labor this point beyond this. But I hope you've heard somebody did not do their job, because they should have known. They were in that environment. They know that it should be 14 square meters. Those are what the norms and standards say. So somebody should be held accountable on this particular matter, because there are 71% non-compliance issues. They've only received, actually, I see we're looking at each other as if we're taking chances. We say, please give us these reports. The reports that led to the independent investigation. And give us what the independent investigation that says, that report. Am I right when I say that you have only received occupancy certificate on the 21st of April 2026? Am I correct?
You are correct, but can I add before that, we received a right to occupy.
Yeah. This right to occupy is there in the norms and standards.
Yes, I understand that that is how buildings work. Even when I build my personal house, I can occupy the house provided
what the norms and standards say.
There must be a certificate that warrants that the building is worthy of occupation.
Okay, so it's not a certificate of occupation. It's any certificate that can say.
No, it must be a certificate that talks to occupation. That is why we were able to move on when we received a hard copy of the right to occupy.
Vice Chancellor, there seems to be big problems here with this student division. Because this developer, is it WCB?
Yes.
Okay. And you know they have got issues with some of the human settlement subdivision. You don't know that?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Because we're not doing our job. Not doing our job DDC. I hate to say it because I always want to support female leaders, but they're not making it easy for us. They're not. DC. We are having a problem with our picking up things on time. I can't remember who it was. But we've always had a problem picking up maintenance issues. Because maintenance is should normally be handled by experts in that area. Other than that, you're going to end up paying more for something because you're not. I mean, if I'm a CFO, if I'm a politician, I'm not a built environment person. I don't know how much does a brick or a ton of bricks cost. I will not know. But a built environment person should be dealing with built environment issues. Maintenance people should be dealing with maintenance issues. And with how your arrangement is currently, we are not going to get things right. Because the structure is heavy in the executive director finance. In fact, from what we've had here, the maintenance part of it falls there. And so maintenance falls in that office. SCL falls there, supply chain. Payment of this falls there. So let me tell you how it works from the corporate governance point of view. So you ask for request for quotes, you send it to the same office. They are shortlisted there. They are ventilated there. You look at which one you take in the same office. And payments come from the same office. So this thing is not a player and a referee. It's actually player, referee, supporter, VAR. It's everybody in one office. So it's too heavy in that space. And it's going to create problems for you. Because it will then raise an issue of conflict. And it also creates an element of centralization of power. Now, the problem with that is that too much power corrupts. And too much power corrupts absolutely. So you are going to have a problem with even good people are pushed to a corner where they don't even know whether this thing is wrong or right. Because this thing becomes something else. So when we said earlier on, you might need to look at the structure. Say, listen, maybe with the advice of legal, maybe let's look at it this way. Because we are going to have serious problems. Where tomorrow you will be forced to do investigation after investigation. And I don't think that's what we want, generally. And I want you to, yes, you can comment with it.
Thank you. So you're right to know this. It is indeed also a challenge that I've experienced since coming into the environment. And that was why we commissioned the Organisation Assessment Report, which the SRC President also referenced. And that document has served with management. It must still serve with senior management and then be consulted with centre and our structures before coming to council as a set of recommendations. But I can share with you that one of the areas of focus is exactly as you described it. It's top heavy and congested.
I'm glad we have seen that part because it creates a problem. Who is supposed to head the negotiations with the workers? Who's heading that from the manager?
That is done through a structure with employee relations. There is a forum.
So it's HR. HR, why do you have delays there? For 7 months.
Chair, there are a number of issues that we deal with in negotiations. And first of all, I think we first spent quite a time in terms of agreeing all the terms of engagement. And we do presentations in terms of our finances and allow parties to go back to their constituencies in terms of analyzing those and come back with whatever questions that they have. It might happen that perhaps at the third meeting, which is not immediately the following day, normally takes about perhaps 2 weeks or 3 weeks before the meeting takes place. And as a result of those gaps, allowing parties to engage with their principals and to get a fair mandates from their principals, there is a delay in those kind of processes. And the delay sometimes is for both parties. In terms of
in these instances, it's not theory. I'm very practical. In this instance, why has there been a 7-month delay?
I think it was because parties were not agreeing in terms of what was on the offer.
And the labor says they got an offer yesterday.
The one of yesterday was a deal maker, was to conclude a deal. It was no longer about further negotiations. So that's what happened yesterday.
And when did your office sit to conclude that offer to give to the workers?
So I sat with the chairperson of the union yesterday morning, and obviously it's based, as you know, in terms of representations that they are making to several kind of bodies. And some of them came a day before I had to engage with him. So we sat, and fortunately out of that, we managed to find each other. And what they've done now is to take it to their constituents.
So it's not true that there's suspicion that the offer came because they suspect that we were coming.
Well, I would say so, Chair, but it is because union use all sort of pressures. You know, they write letter, they can do whatever and so on, but do that process, you engage with them. You don't wait for a meeting like this. You don't, I don't think, of course it could have contributed to some extent, but there are number of other kind of issues that we take into consideration. They either go to Symphony, go to wherever and so on. They put a lot of other kind of mechanisms in order to pressurize the employer to accede to their demands. And it cannot be that way because of the, but it was because of the pressures that we're putting in. So as I mentioned to you, there were other issues that they had done and did, not related to this meeting, but because they too were taking up this matter in consequence of some of the issues and so on that press they were taking.
So it's not, you don't agree with them that it was because of today?
I still disagree with that.
You know that simple answer helps. So between UWC and who's responsible? So if I say I'm giving you until next week Friday to respond about issues students raised in the match about Wi-Fi, so they sent it to us, and there was a commitment to fix. But let's say we give you until Friday. Who's responsible to say by Friday Wi-Fi will be fixed? I know you're doing it. It's supposed to be office. Okay. So, okay, Chairperson, let me hear before I come to this one. Let's hear it, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I feel compelled to comment based on Mr. McGee's submission to you. Chair, we talk about governments. That's why I put to your attention that in sometimes a disconnect when we see governments submissions being similar to the other institutions being here. Let's give you a simple answer to a complex situation. There is a 7 months because of transparency and inability from the institution side, specifically from finance, to take us clearly through whether we can afford the 5% or not. In the perfect world, this is supposed to be a simple thing. HR is supposed to have prerogative over this matter. Finance is supposed to play a supporting role. But in this instance, I'll give you, I'm going to take you through all the matters. I'm just going to take you to one month, specifically around mediation. In mediation, 2 finance directors put it on record. They received that we have been chairperson of council that we have been. Before I consulted to Mr. McGinn's office late night to come and the meeting at in the morning, it was the day before we came here. And that was subject to the pressure that was put on the chairperson of council. We were asked the chairperson of council, can you now apply yourself in accordance to the act in terms of oversight? If finance is basically getting to a point where we're getting to money where you are not going to debate, you're not going to give it preview to whether we can afford this or not. If you ever see several negotiations go as this is the offer management puts on the table and it's an offer that you must accept. You dare ask them to clarify why you're taking that position. If we look at all the financial indications, we don't see this financial study we're talking about. Even at the submission they made in the presentation, we don't see a change. So the second one is basically management frustrating, finance disagreeing, finance wanting us to take an offer that is enforced down to us. The only reason this regular called into the office yesterday was because the submission was made to the chairperson, where she needs to apply some difference to the act.
Thank you very much. At least maybe let me make this point first. Register, you said you had, I can't see the slide here now, for the number of certificates that you are going to pay capital.
2,200
2,200.
for 21 years.
Yeah, 2,200. And let's exclude 2025. And from the rest of 2026, the number that graduated this year. When we withhold the certificates, do we have an improvement in terms of payment of fees towards the release of the certificate? There is some improvement.
Yes, Chair, I checked with finance on that point particularly, and they did an analysis over the years, and they found that there is definitely a positive impact of fees being paid so that students can get their transcripts and the certificates.
2,200 credits. What is the longest one we have? 22 years.
I can't give you that information, Chair. I don't have the analysis on me right now.
Yeah, it must go check because the reality is if the students don't get jobs, they're not going to pay. That's just the reality. If they get at university, they don't get their degrees, and they're likely not to find meaningful employment. They just get seasonal jobs here and there, promotional jobs here and there, but not something sustainable. Therefore, they're unable to pay. Our argument, which we want to, we're going to a big colloquium with all of you who serve, all vice chancellors, CFOs, and registers, to say let's take a chance on something. So this will be our proposal. I'm giving it to you now so that you prepare if you want to be against it. But so what I'm going to propose is that let's take a fair example. We firstly sign an MOU with SARS. Because everybody who works in South Africa who gets employment will register with SARS. What we call RP fine. So they will register. So we say SARS will give you a list of all graduates who own these different institutions. are going to give them their certificates and hope they find employment. When they do, this is a code that we are generating in the system to notify a university that the has found employment. And then the university can sit down with them and make the arrangement for repayments. And that will be and the Department of Education must put themselves as surety on your behalf to say, we are saying we will make this happen. Right? So that I know, because some banks have given you loans on those debts. So it's not something you can just say, let's close it. And I don't want you to come into a big financial ways to discourage us. So that's why I'm saying there must be some defense on behalf of universities. If we were to bring something like that, Vice Chancellor, and I'm now speaking, I know it's not your decision. Because management must look at it, but eventually it's a council decision. But I'm asking you as an individual, if we were to bring such a proposal, obviously I'm just giving you an idea which you have not really finished. You might have some additions that you want to make to our idea. But if you were to bring something like that, is it something that you may support, Vice Chancellor? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the question. I've written about this issue in the national media because I do think we are not sustainable as a sector going on this way. Either financially, neither is it in our interests of our students. So I think we need a new approach to how it is dealt with, Honourable Chair. And I'm glad you have taken us into your confidence about it in this meeting. I'm not aware that Yusuf has been privy to that yet. So no doubt there will be an opportunity to engage with the VCs about it. And I think it's probably fair to say that we can see in the pattern of historical debt a repeating also of a historical legacy around access to resources in South Africa. So in dealing with it, I think we are dealing with a fundamental part of transformation that has been overlooked.
I really appreciate Chairperson of Council. It's not, you're not speaking on behalf of Council. So I don't want them tomorrow to say who gave you mandate to comment on that. Is it something that you would look at as an individual or pursue your council to look at?
Yeah, in one word, answer to that, Chair, absolutely.
I would like I'm not saying absolutely because I said absolutely or absolutely perhaps. Register with, is it something that you would also consider giving your license?
I will, because I see the damage it does in some instances, that perhaps you need to pilot it with the ones that are already in the system that are owing us and see if that works, because we do know there are many who are employed for the last 20 years and haven't paid.
No, we don't have that SARS code that we're talking about. Like I said, whenever I want to finish it, I've had questions for students. We not have time for that now. Questions for workers. I'm still not convinced, Vice Chancellor, about your human resource. I think you might have serious problems there. I'm not convinced about the student division. I think we have serious challenges there. The heavy office of the Executive Director of Finance, I think it's not good for corporate governance. It's going to create big problems for you. I'm not convinced. I did not even get to how do leases. There was a letter that was written to me, Vice Chancellor. We did not get to it today. which I wrote to you, remember, and I informed you that I've been CC'd in this letter. I was not fortunate to that part, but we'll get to it. We'll meet soon. I just have to check our schedule, and then we'll deal with it. I did not even get to the point about some of the good work that you are doing. I mean, acting DVC, the President honored you last week when we performed, and we did not even get to that part. The positive side about what is University of Western Cape. You just graduated. A number of students here, we did not get to talk about the number of graduations that came out here. There was one colored boy who wrote to me because the NSFAS funded student, you put them in a race that's more. And that's why this one of COVEX, I still want, we're going to have a big meeting about it. Because COVEX, if it's terrible penny, they're bringing their own money to get, but you're giving them your rent. That's the arrangement. And we don't understand it. So they will own it for a number of years, maintain it for a number of years, and hand it over to you after. But, why should it charge more than the next first camp? Why are you counting students who are not NSFAS, who are NSFAS funded here? Because if you are, it means you are doing their future. And that's why TVC said, we're going to have a problem with your office. Because, let me tell you as government, when we fund these kids who come from townships where our constituency offices are, we know their financial situation. When we do door-to-door, we go to their families, we know them. And we know there's no one going to live literally from age 0 with their grands and their grannies' grant. They get to university, all of a sudden they believe they've got money to pay this, what do you call it, the gap that is created after that. You put kids who government tells you that they are so poor, that government wants to give them meal allowance, wants to give them residence allowance, wants to give them everything. Then you let us say, no, per year, we want to put you in the rest, that will force you to pay 2,000 extra per month, that is 20,000. Where are they going to get it? And when they are supposed to graduate, you can shake your head, everyone. I'm telling you, there's a colored boy who called me, who had to sign an acknowledgement of debt to who was fully funded by NSFAS, never failed a single subject. He owns the university. In order for him to graduate, he had to sign debt. He does not have a certificate now. So what government is sitting will produce a graduate there. The university has created a system that makes sure that this boy does not become, he is the first person to graduate from Atlantis. The first person to graduate in this family, the first, has not a degree. As I'm speaking to you now, a certificate, can't find employment. The father is not working, the mother is not working. The younger sister should be starting university now, they can't. They found some piece job somewhere for the family to survive. The boys has found some piece job as well for the family to survive. So this thing of putting students that you know government has classified as people who can't pay, you put them in accommodation that requires extra payment, is tactical exclusion of the poor from accessing the basic income. We're going to have
a long discussion. This I don't think is going to be nice. Because I don't see how we must have. Because here we could say, if they attend it for 20 years, we are giving trouble for 20 years. Let them take it for 25 years. But let them not charge students when they don't have. Why must the student pay when we know they can't afford? So this therapy that you said there is 1,100, everyone here above the cap, that's the only one more above the cap. This 1,100 students, by the time they're supposed to graduate, they will not have, they will be only allowed. They will be only allowed. So there will be many issues that we'll talk to you about, including the relationship vice chancellor. Sit down with your team and say, let's build a relationship with stakeholders. There's no way it could be fought by labor like this, students like this. You saw those students, they made us wait in the rain. I'm only a fool now. I'll be coughing at night there. Why? Because they're not having a relationship, build a relationship. Listen to students. Say to them, students, this one we can't do. We'll try it next year. This thing of victimization of student leaders, that's something we're going to have big problems with it. 2 weeks back or so, but the same problem with UK, that was the Secretary General. Immediately after being elected last year, they sent him with an intention to suspend some and told them to take them to court. They withdrew. This year, same story. 2 weeks back, we asked them, tell us, okay, what is your case? You are going to lose. We told them before they are going to lose. And we said, if you lose, maybe let's take serious decisions. If you lose and through the court cases like that, let's agree that if you lose, you pay from your own pocket. But this thing of paying from the university coffers makes you guys very arrogant. Very arrogant. Each time they say, I have 20 cases at CC and so on. Whether I win or not, it doesn't care. Now, I was then come and say, for every case you refer there, or was referred there on your behalf and doesn't make sense, let's agree that there must be some arrangement for you guys to pay for your own pockets. We don't want to fight universities. Universities are our people. They are our factories for knowledge production. We want you to be the right space of mind when you provide teaching and learning. But we might need to have an arrangement with all other people in the system. That if like for example, there's a university in the north called University of Limpopo, refused to graduate, I don't know how many masters, and we told them how to lose. Because if you answer like that, you say, as the university registered honorable himself and alone. There is no court of law that is going to rule your affair. Because it's your fault, you must put and say, I have registered this person. When the register is wrong. The one I'm supposed to graduate, the register says no, but you can't. Now we're not on good terms. You can't graduate because remember, registered you wrong. I'll take you to court and win. And the court will rule in my favor. Because that's your space. When you go to court and you claim, no, I'm right, you lose. Because, we might need to say, in cases like that, anybody who decides to defend that case in court, be it Senate that must confirm or whoever, must get their own personal court. You see, we start making the right decisions. Because the number of, and it's not your UWC matter,
but in the sector. So what frustrates us is we've got a global picture of all of these cases. So allow me to do some analysis of how much have we spent in the last 5 years as universities alone on legal cases. I'm told it's scaling up. Almost close to $1 billion, if not more. I'm told. Now I'm going to do an analysis and say how much have we lost and how much in very, very did that. You will see problems. Then I'm doing another one saying how much was that against students, against workers, and maybe against contractors. You will see problems. So you'll see that we're using a large number of the money we don't have as a sector to fight in battles we should not be fighting. I fully agree. We should be giving you, for research, development, for your grant, we should be giving you more. We're not. But it makes it difficult for us to go and ask for more money when we know some of you are misusing those funds. You sign this with this ones. What is that? What is the thing we started with?
The wind.
Huh?
The wind.
The wind.
The wind, yeah.
The wind. Waste. So they must be held accountable. The Vice Chancellor. And let me finally, leader says no, changing them to, I don't think can be very popular on campus with management bigger. Because I can tell you, the defense that I'm hearing here, it's scary. So there is something I'm going to close our meeting that way. We're not going to ask you to respond to any question. We're going to have another session where we'll probably start with questions because we already know your presentations. What we need is the breakdown of the employment of foreign nationals. Scarce skills, non-scarce skills, the level of qualifications, and all of that. Because we want to show your HR that you have been hiring our foreign nationals in positions that are not scarce skills, which is against, we were speaking about employment and labor, which is against the same Immigration Act 101 and Employment Service Act that he was, that comes from the employment. And by the way, those laws, one of them says there can be no justification. So anyone who employs a foreign national, so a South African, when a South African can do that for the same qualifications. So after we give us that thing, we are going to take, you'll tell us who's responsible. We'll take that data and go open a case because the South African laws will have been broken. South African laws will have been broken. And we're not going to take chances. The Employment Service Act, the Immigration Act are very clear laws that tells you what to do and what not to do in South Africa. Furthermore, it says if you hire a non-South African over scarce skills, they must transfer skills in 5 years, or whatever they developed. And then if you give them an extension, you must show us these are the skills that they've done. And if they have not transferred any skill, we also go open a case against whoever did that, because that, it looks like there must be the language we have with you guys. We must act in order for you guys to do what you are supposed to do. It's not something that we're going to do, but it's something that we're going to do. HR. This one, we're going to do it, trust me. And I like the energy, I like that energy, I want to see it, that energy when we are implementing our own resolutions, as far as this is concerned. Thank you very much, registered management team, VC, council. Please send our regards to the rest of the council members. Really appreciate workers, students, parliamentary department, NSFAS. NSFAS, not too many questions. I'm worried. Looks like NSFAS is performing more than we thought they would. Otherwise, why are we not asking them too many questions? So we said that we will reconvene as soon as possible once we clear our calendars. It will be long before elections, don't know. We'll convene now because there's a lot of issues that I think we must clarify. But thank you very much, colleagues. We'll meet Vice Chancellor. We don't want to hear Vice Chancellor, but you can say something.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. It's really just to thank members of the portfolio committee and yourself, Honourable Chairperson, for the time given to UWC today. We really appreciate it. We were glad to be able to welcome you here and show you around. And I hope that when we do meet with you again, we can show you some of the things we missed today. So thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to what the PCA has just said in terms of expressing our sincere gratitude for your visit here today. It went exactly as I had anticipated. Very robust challenge.
You are prophetic, Chair.
So very robust challenge. And I often say that I welcome conversations like this because they give us an opportunity to see where we have blind spots, and then we can address those blind spots. It will be a problem and quite a travesty if after this session and this time, for instance, next year, we still have these similar issues. So we need to work very hard towards addressing the issues that have been raised here today. Thank you very much for your time, and please do pass our gratitude to the members of the portfolio committee for their attendance here today, as well as their contributions. Very appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate our meetings now, Chair. Thanks.